Put that pitchfork away, Bear. Put that pitchfork away. Right, we've had enough of that massacre. Absolute massacre. Boys and girls, good morning, welcome in. How are we all doing? How are we doing? Was not expecting a manthe today. Well, I almost wasn't going to go live today because there's a bunch of stuff I wanted to do. But I've not streamed in 2 days and I feel weird. I feel odd. Well, I did kind of attempt to take a couple of days off for the weekend. It didn't really happen. I actually think I got more done over the weekend by taking days off than I did on days on. But you know, that's how life goes at the end of the day. But hope everybody's well. Hope everybody had a good weekend. It feels like 11.1 is getting much closer now. We are a reset and a bit away. And I'm content with that. It's the last day, I think, of Lovers in the Air. I believe. I think. Possibly, maybe. I'm not sure. Streamer life. So excited. How's that going, Bear? How's that progressing? I believe you've hit your goal, right? And it finishes in 45 minutes. Okay, I need to check I've done everything then. Any eye for investments in 11.1? I don't know how best to say this, but you're pretty much too late. All of the prices are already going up and have already been going up for quite a while. With that said, I would actually consider most materials to be at a relatively high point right now, not a low point. That's not to say things won't go up further, but my point is they've already gone up 20-30%.
Says, "Hi Stanley, what are must-haves for goblins from Love is in the Air?" Well, my dear innkeeper, for goblins during Love is in the Air, they must have charming wit, a knack for wooing, and of course a healthy stash of gold to impress their beloved. Don't forget to check for a Twitch Prime.
Big stash. Big stash. Nothing beats a big stash. Hit my goal sorting taxes, then handing notice in. Yeah, taxes is taxes is an interesting one. Taxes is always fun. So we've got a matter of I would say a matter of minutes. Not even. It's done. Lovers in the Air is done. Cooked. See you later. No rocket opportunity. Server time is 10:16. It done. See you later for another year. Who got their rockets then? Who got their rockets? Who didn't get their rockets? I was lucky enough to get I've had the rocket for a few years. We got the broomstick thing, you know. Rocket owner. Congrats. No broom though. Oh, okay. No broom. Well, next year we got the love stick. We got the love stick. I think we need to remog, don't we? It's not that season now. What is the next season? What's Hatching of the Hippogriffs about? Kalimdor Cup begins again soon. Plunderstorm ends in a little over a week. Easter's the next one. Yeah, probably. When is Easter this year? I don't even know. Ungaro Madness in March. We'll be way busy with stuff by then. Noble Garden in April. Ah, ages. Ages. What do you mean, Manthe not checking Twitch chat? Oh, hang on, you've probably got some monster of a streak on the go. Hang on. Please hold. Please hold. 90 again. My God, that's impressive. Welcome in. Good morning. Hatching of the hippogriffs is a little event, but it's not that great. Did it last year? Okay. No rocket this year either. Expected nothing, but still managed to disappoint. That's how we do. Right, let's get this silly garb off, shall we? Should we get back to our proper Murloc suit? There we go. I feel complete now. Now we're cooking. We'll still use the love rocket though, because you know the wound is still fresh. Right. Monday. Let's check patron orders. Public ones, patron orders, craft queue work orders. Am I running out of mats for some stuff? What are we missing here? Well, we're never doing that one, are we? What's the shopping list we need on this? What are we missing? No rocket, but broke 23 mil. Hey, nice one. Congrats. Big numbers. Oh, we're missing a bunch of rank 2 stuff. That's odd. Marble stone. You want a bunch of gem cutters. A bunch of bismuth. Okay. Post a screenshot of how well February's going over in Starschmarks. Oh, snap! Damn! That's actually ridiculous. X54 Heartbreaker, Ashes of Alar, Mimran's Head, and Invincible, all in, like, a week. That's not bad at all. Go on. That's pretty ridiculous. Mimran's is the only one on that I'm missing. Mimran's Head exists. That's pretty crazy. That's some good loot luck right there. Right, let's grab all this random trash. I've been tinkering and playing around with my TSM group. Some of you will have seen me, if you've been paying attention in the Discord, you'll have noticed that I've, for the most part, finished my TSM profile now. We started it the other day and I got a couple of professions done. And like I said, I've spent more time tinkering and doing stuff on my quote-unquote days off than I do on my days on. But the profile looks to be basically finished. Not necessarily perfected just yet, so there might be some tweaks and some tuning. If you are one of the Patreons, my silver goblins over on Patreon have access to the operations as well as the groups. The groups are actually listed. I've got them all listed on TSM's website now. They're all up on the website. You can not so easily find them unless you just search for Mantheus, I believe. Yeah. On TSM's website now, you can just search for Mantheus and it brings up all of my basic groups. There's one for each profession. There's also the materials one as well, which is, you kind of need the materials one to go with the profession ones, because I made the decision of having, of all intermediate materials, if they are crafted materials, so things like, I don't know, tailoring bolts, for example, tailoring bolts and stuff, are all in, even though they are technically materials, they're all in with the profession because they're also technically crafted items. This is one of the things with TSM that's, I understand why, but I've always often wanted to be able to put the same items in different groups. Almost like, I don't know, I think there's room somewhere for an add-on creator to do something similar to TSM, but to do it with like tags, allowing you to add tags to items so that an item can have different tags. Such as I would like things like exquisite weaver cloth bolts to be in my materials group for the ease of, like, you know, when I go to the auction house, it's nice to have all of the materials in one place for the purpose of shopping, for when you want to, like, do a shopping scan for stuff. But it's then also when you're looking at crafting items, you don't want half of the crafted items in another group. So there's like I've often wanted to put the same items in two different groups. Even if I'm attaching an auctioning operation while it's in this group, but a shopping operation once it's in this group, there's still that limitation with TSM that something can only be in one place. So a lot of the materials you won't find in the materials group because they're, you know, intermediates, crafted ones. But this is for the most part finished. I am still tweaking and tuning the operations so that they don't cause too many problems. But the theory should go now is that you can craft a bunch of stuff. I still mostly recommend crafting with Craft Sim, or at least I craft still with Craft Sim. You don't have to, but no, that's tailoring. Time to lurk and do some work. Thanks for the profile. Hey, you're welcome. You're welcome. Cut the end of my finger somehow. Right where I hold the mouse. I would do a recipe scan first. Do a quick recipe scan, see what's going on. It'll then showcase to me what's profitable and what's not. Shows me what's profitable and what's not. Seems to claim I have 10 of these. Spelunker's leather foot pads. I definitely don't have 10 of these. I do have 2 of them. 2 is very different from 10. 2 is remarkably different from 10. Why does it claim I have 10 of them? Is it because some of my characters are wearing them? Not sure. From here, you can then use one button to send to craft queue. Don't know why that's gone crazy. Then it's adding 3 items. It's adding quantities in there as well. It's recommending crystal fused hides. What type of crystal fused hides? It's claiming these are at 9% profit right now. How are you getting them at 9% profit, game? How and where does it think it's getting 9% profit from? Oh, it's getting 9% profit on the Q3 versions, I see. I have a TSM group that has thousands of items in it. It's Transmog. I accidentally added an item there with not a base item, but item level. Now when I try and open the group to remove the item and fix it, TSM crashes, and I can't fix it for 2 days now. Any ideas how to fix that? I don't think it's TSM that's causing it to crash. I would suggest turning off all your other add-ons and just having TSM on, because that sounds a lot like something else is causing it to crash. Doing just that, adding an item by item level won't cause it to go crazy. You can have mixed. Yeah, that shouldn't make a difference. That sounds like something else is causing it to crash. The TSM error window comes up, not a basic Blizzard UI error. Oh, I don't know. I don't really know how these things work in too much detail behind the scenes. That is nearly always my first recommendation, though, is if you think an add-on is going wrong, turn every other add-on off and have only that one add-on up and running, and then see if the problem persists. You got to narrow it down to that it is actually that add-on and not a conflict with another one. Like, conflicts between add-ons are 9 times out of 10 what the problem is. That one add-on's trying to do something, and then, you know, one add-on's pulling in this direction, another add-on's pulling in that direction. You don't even realise. And then something snaps. It might show a TSM error window, but it might be because it tries to do something and another add-on is telling it can't, or vice versa or something. It's weird. Yeah, there is little add-ons that you can use that can help show this sort of stuff, but only if you've got coding experience. If you haven't, if you know what you're doing in Lua, then sure, but otherwise they might not be too helpful. Okay, I can see where it's getting the 9% profit from. It also means it's kind of deceptive in this, as it shows minus 813 gold profit. But this is where if we go, tell it to craft. Okay, we potentially lost gold on that one. Never lucky. So this is often the difficulty with Craft Sim, is that it can showcase to you. It can showcase to you that you should expect to see a profit, but it really, really greatly depends on how big of a craft you're doing, right? So like 44 gold average profit, I don't argue, is mathematically correct. But when you look at the distribution, is it that one? No. Which one is it? What's the flipping button I'm looking for here? No. Where's the... Oh, here, statistics, right? So when you look at on something like Crystal Fused Hide, when this shows 44 gold profit, nearly 10% profit, what you can actually see though is you're going to have to press the button an awful lot to get that expected profit, because 62% of the time you're going to lose a shitload of gold. But if it procs resourcefulness, you win. If it procs multicraft, you win. And if it procs both, that's when you really win. But you're going to need to craft after you can play with this number here. Look, I only crafted like 8, for example. That was what it was suggested to craft for me based upon like a small sample size to be able to quickly sell. But crafting 8 of them, I only actually stand a 60% chance of making a profit. Whereas realistically, I'd probably have to craft more like 100 to 200, 300. I'd have to craft nearly 300 of these to practically guarantee myself that profit. Then if I wanted to go out and sell 300 of these, selling 300 is like a good chunk of what actually sells on a daily basis by TSM's stats. So this is where some people get caught out, that you have to play the maths game with this. You could craft 3 or 4. You could craft 3 or 4 and get up 2 multi-craft procs and think that you've made an absolute bucket of gold. But you just got lucky. So it's difficult because sometimes you have to balance, even something that says it's profitable, you have to carefully balance that, well, hang on, how much am I going to have to craft to actually make this? Like, you know, to give myself a very, very strong chance of actually being able to make a profit. And then, moreover, you've got to then sell those 300 all at the current market rates, in which then would net you a 7 to 10% profit. It's pretty spicy. I made 200 ciphers not long ago. Still made a 10k loss. Yeah, you've really got to be doing stuff in outrageous amounts of scale. This is why if profit margins are less than 10%, I basically don't try. Because the risk you actually have to take, you have to stack so much gold into it, you have to craft so much to even give yourself the chance to get a good batch. And then you've got a mountain of stuff you have to sell. It can be risky. Let me grab my coffee. This is kind of this is where I have this kind of like love-hate relationship with add-ons like CraftSim. In the fact that somebody without much prior knowledge of exactly what the statistics are behind it are going to look at this and go, oh, I can craft a bunch of these and I'm going to make a bunch of profit. And so they do it, and then they take them to the auction house and they sell them, and they think they've made a bunch of gold, when it might necessarily not be the case. The fact that nearly every time you press the button, you lose. It's only when you proc, when you win. It would be more, how do I phrase this? You would expect to see this number be about 0 if it wasn't for add-ons like CraftSim. Because CraftSim paints a picture that it is possible to craft this profitably with the stats that you have. But that's the trick. I would prefer if this was sort of adjusted to say you have a, I don't know how they would do it. I don't know how it would be displayed, but the fact that you have to open a separate probability table to see, oh shit, well actually, hang on, I need to craft 300 of these to stand a 90% chance of making profit. I think the average profit should have like big disclaimer numbers on it, really, in order to say that, right, or what it would be better off doing is a no proc profit line. Yeah. That way it would be that procs would be deemed as the bonus, right? And the market would balance out. Or would it though? That's the thing. Would it though? Would somebody come along with a spreadsheet and just clean up? Probably. Then you got to add to the time that you wasted doing all of this. True. It's tough. And it's tricky, right? Because CraftSim doesn't actually ever tell you what your crafting cost is of an item. It only tells you what your potential profit is. It's never actually telling you what your average crafting cost is, which is a value I think that would be far more useful to people, is if it gave you your average crafting price. Or give it you in batches, right? Your crafting price to craft a single item is, as you see here, to craft, right? It's to craft one item, to press the button, it's very simple. It's the sum of this plus this. Now you could do like a batch of 10. What would be your crafting price for a batch of 10? Your average crafting price for a batch of 10, a batch of 100, a batch of 1,000, and you'd see your numbers get slowly closer. CraftSim not telling you crafting cost is one of the main reasons why sheets are so much better. Well, CraftSim doesn't actually work out your crafting cost. That's the thing. When you look at the maths that CraftSim uses, at no point does CraftSim actually calculate what your crafting cost is, which is why it doesn't tell you it. If you look into the explanation and the maths behind what it's doing, for those who are actually probably better at maths than I am, CraftSim never actually works out what your crafting cost is. It uses a probability distribution. It uses that. Where did we find it a minute ago? It uses this. It uses this table to basically, it works out the chance for you to make, the chance for you to not proc anything, the chance for you to proc something, the chance for you to proc something else, and the chance for you to proc everything. And then it uses an equation on that to determine what your average expected profit would be. At no point in that maths does it actually generate your crafting cost, which is why it doesn't show it. But I agree. It is what makes crafting sheets as an alternative much easier to use. I think you can find the cost to craft in the advanced stats whilst crafting, but it's only expected versus actual, so it becomes more accurate the more that you craft. You mean when you have no, where's it gone? You can see this in the advanced craft log. The sum of your crafting costs. So you craft one. It would have expected you to have a crafting cost of 452, which presumably is the sum of 5 of these and 1 of these, which even... What is one of these? 474. Let's just call it the cost of the carapace backed hide, 474. So I don't even know where it got that from. But because we procced nothing... No, hang on. Our crafting cost actually was 494 gold. But on our very first one, we procced a multi-craft. So that's not even correct. But that's why our observed profit is massively higher. But that then isn't then... Okay, this is... this isn't your average crafting cost at all, though, is it? That number's just... That's just not wrong. The sum of your crafting cost is correct. 494 is what we spent, but we procced a multi-craft. So yes, we only crafted one, but we got bonus ones. We got 2 bonus ones. So our average crafting cost is not 494 gold. This is still only our average crafting cost per button press, which is not useful to you. What you want to know is, well, I pressed the button once, 494 gold is what it cost me to do it, but I got 3 crystal fused hides out of it. You can't see it too easily, but it's under my camera here. It says you create crystal fused hide ×3. We procced multicraft first time. So the profit is correct, but that profit is only realized once we sell it. But our cost per, in this, literally pressing the button once, our cost per item was tiny, 130 gold or something. I think it means you lost items worth 494 gold out of your bags. Yes, the sum of your crafting cost, that is true. Your average crafting cost, though, that's not true. So now we press it again. No procs, no nothing. Yeah, this is more per button press. This is misleading because your crafting cost, what you want is your crafting cost. Yeah, because when you go to the auction house, you want to know how much you paid for each item. I've pressed the button twice. I now have 4 crystal fused hides to sell, but I've spent 1,000 gold, which means they actually only had a crafting cost of 250 gold each. I spent 1,000. I got 4 things. They're worth 250 each, right? Now, obviously, I can't replicate that a million times over. Obviously, by selling them at 250 gold a piece, you would do nothing more than break even. So that's still not, wise to do. But sometimes that number is useful to have. It shows you where your break-even point is, and that break-even point is quite valuable. So how do you do your sheet then, Kachak? How have you worked out your crafting costs? I presume you've just batch produced a bunch of something, and then done exactly that, right? You've taken. How many materials did it cost you? Sum it up. How many materials were you left after resourcefulness procs? Take those off. And then divide that number by the amount of items that you produced, right? Input less output mass produced. Okay. So legwork then is the answer. Legwork rather than maths. I need to summon Genju. I've not seen him around for a while. I've not seen him around. I'm sure he's still lurking. I'm sure he's still working on it. Then again, I haven't actually been really playing World of Warcraft or much really recently, have I? So. Okay. This is the thing, right? This is why I like multicraft and I like resourcefulness. But the way I look at it and the way I wish it was, and this is mostly the reason why let me clarify. Let me make it super clear. I love Craft Sim. Incredible add-on. Incredible add-on. But if it didn't exist, the market would stabilize around the cost for you to press the button. Because it exists, it allows people to have easier access to be able to push much below where you probably safely should, and allows people to push more into... That's not even the right probability graph, is it? For that item. it should be that when you proc resourcefulness or when you proc multi-craft, that is your quote-unquote profit. And I've always thought that these numbers are too high. I thought this in Dragonflight, and I now also think this again in The War Within. I think that the resourcefulness and the multi-craft numbers are often way too high. Way too high. And the fact that they're so high means that your actual, where it might cost you 500 gold to press the button, right? If it costs you 500 gold to press the button to make something, in many cases, for an awful lot of crafts, I don't have exact maths for this, but your actual crafting cost, by the time you take into consideration resourcefulness and multi-craft and batch produce them, your crafting cost could not be 500 gold, could be as low as 200 gold. Like, there's a huge difference, and that's because I think the resourcefulness and the multi-craft numbers are just always too big. I think they're all too big. Because it basically makes the system, when these numbers are large enough that they make a significant impact, it basically ends up in a scenario that without an add-on, you have no idea what you're doing again. Which I think is a problem. I think you should always be able to play the game without add-ons, without spreadsheets. You should be able to get enough information and enough of an idea from the game itself to what's going on to help you play the game. Add-ons and spreadsheets should assist you, but they shouldn't end up getting into the realm of like, well, if you don't use them, you're just cooked, which is a problem. So what I do for the crowd pummeler calculation, write down what goes in, write down what comes out, and hope the value going in is smaller than the value coming out. So just measure reality and you don't have to worry about the maths. Well, yeah, the crowd pummeler is a fantastic one. And this is why I think it's a market that is so... The crowd pummeler, unless you have access to somebody else's data, and secondly, you got to hope that you also trust that other person's data, you probably need 5 million, 10 million gold worth of data just to know roughly what you're doing with crafting pummelers, the crowd pummeler, which makes it a very elite thing to do. It's gambling for most people because people will try and do it without doing any of the data, without trying to figure out what the rates for stuff is. And those people are just gambling. They're just buying materials, they're smushing them, and they're just hoping they get a permit. And if they get a permit in their first half an hour doing it, they should probably just call it quits and go buy a lottery ticket. But if you actually want to do it seriously over a reasonable amount of duration and actually look at making a bunch of gold from it, you have to have that data. You've got to know that if I put 50,000 gold of this material in, that I get 75,000 gold worth of stuff out of it on average. And how long does it take you to realize that 25%, those 25k? I mean, do the numbers for gears for days, like you said, hoping for 500k plus at least. I want numbers for post-War Within more than anything else. Yeah, utilizing the quote-unquote cheap materials now to figure out all of these proc rates and stuff is probably worthwhile tracking. Would be nicer to work out the maths for multicraft, etc. properly, but it's so much more complicated. Also, the fact that the game isn't uniform in how it assigns these things. For example, blacksmithing, for example, core alloys, for example, items that take very, very small amounts of material inputs are just completely gimped when it comes to things like resourcefulness. So it's not like you can, because I looked into this before the game launched, that is there just some single equation, is there some assigned value I can give to resourcefulness in the spreadsheet to do a lot of the maths for me? And it's not, because it varies dependent on nearly every single recipe. It's deliberately made complicated, I think, in that regard, so it's harder to make spreadsheets for it, which probably means that the just buy a bunch of materials, know how much you spent, craft a bunch of shit and take one away from the other and then do, divide per item crafted. Brute forcing it is probably the only way to get reliable amounts. Resourcefulness procs on blacksmithing uncommon profession gear would be insane. Yeah, this is it. So like this is what confuses people, that when you look at blacksmithing, a resourcefulness proc can happen, but it cannot give you anything. This is the weird thing, and I don't think the game actually even shows you that that's a thing. The proc chance of resourcefulness is still there, but the way the game calculates it is that the game will give you an average of 30% of the materials back. When there's only one item going into it, it can't give you a third of an alloy. And so it can proc resourcefulness and give you nothing. So the reality is, with resourcefulness on low items such as the core alloys and the profession gear that is crafted from them, blacksmithing hammers, these, for example, resourcefulness on this is like hyper gimped because it has to proc 3 times before you'll get 1 core alloy back. Because it's got nothing else. It can't give you a third of a material. So what, like, even if it gives you 30, it will give you 30% stuff back eventually, but it has to proc 3 times to give you even 1. Whereas with every other profession, if it procs, it will give you something, because at least there's a bunch of different materials it can proc on. And then what it chooses to proc on, I don't think anybody has mathematically calculated that. I don't think anybody's been able to dig into the game, and there was some smart people looking as well. I don't think anybody's really been able to figure out that on an item where there's a bunch of materials, like what does resourcefulness choose what it procs on? People have just decided that it's roughly 30% on average over a bunch of crafts, and that's what Craft Sim uses as well, by the way. Craft Sim just takes the assumption that it's going to be about 30% of the overall materials eventually. It's crazy complex now. It's crazy complex. How's thaumaturgy these days? Thaumaturgy is probably just as good as it always is. Should we have a look? Where's my thaumaturgy character? I need to remember to put my thaumaturgy profile on first. So let's take thaumaturgy. Let's go to the auction house. TSM shopping. We're looking for numbers in the percentage column below 100. No profit in thaumaturgy today. I'm not going to try and explain how I have configured TSM to do this, but just trust me when I say it works. It's based upon a huge amount of ridiculously complicated custom operations. But Myco Bloom would be the closest, but you're not really set to make anything even with Myco Bloom right now. The next closest is Gloom Chitin, but even still, the number's above 100%. You need the number below 100%, really. There is some wiggle room with resourcefulness procs in this, so there's about 4 to 5% on these numbers as wiggle room. So you might Myco Bloom and Gloom Chitin might potentially, if you get good resourcefulness procs, you might get a little bit of love out of this, but the fact that there's not actually all that much at this price, you're looking at 108%, basically means this price is too high. Or, in turn, all of the other prices are too low. So yeah, Thaumaturgy's a no-go today. And if people don't believe me when I say it's a huge amount of complicated TSM setups on this, these are all of the custom price sources that are needed to make it work. So it's, yeah, it's. I don't know why I bothered to do this, but it does mean I can log on occasionally, go, oh, is Thaumaturgy going to make me any money? And quickly get a yes or a no. It basically does what fancy spreadsheets do, but in TSM directly. Although I can't really remember exactly how I did it, which is why I can't really help other people do it or share it, because I can't remember how I did it. It took me about 8 hours to figure it out, but it was fun. It's going to be a useful tool to have on this character, basically forever. I won't need to remember what the maths is. I now have got it all configured, so it just works. Ooh, some orders that might be worth paying attention to. Craft queue. Oh, a bunch of you. Let's get a few of these done. I'm really slipping with the total knowledge points on a lot of my toons due to taking the best part of a month out. Let's go check engineering. I still refuse to go do treasures, that's why. I'd gain a whole bunch more knowledge points every week if I went and did treasures, but that's a level of busy work that I'm not prepared for. Ooh, some of those are worth doing. You're not. You're not, you're not, and you're not. We'll do the rest of those. Decorative lenses, a couple of you. Chaos circuits, I should probably craft these myself, but it's asking for Q1s deliberately because they're a touch cheaper right now. Bismuth bolts is the same scenario. Buy a few spares. If I was crafting things properly, I'd make those intermediate items myself, but for patron orders that have some profit attached to them anyway, I could maximize my profit, or I could maximize my time spent, which is where I prefer to go. And I'll do a few cheap ones, because once again, these numbers are a little bit not 100% accurate. Oh, I got some first time craft bonuses off a couple of those things, whatever they were. Yoink. No, we won't do that one. Because I don't do any aggressive part crafting on this dude, I've never got enough flipping piles of scrap. Some goodies, some knowledge points, some more goodies, some more knowledge points. Let's go see if there's anything worth crafting with alchemy. As we're here. Okay. Get your stupid longbow out the way. Mana potions. That's it. Holy. Mana potions, and equally if you scumbag it and keep it at Q1, I guess. And so then that's a bit of a lie that it's even profitable. Q2s are a no-go. Q3s are also a no-go. Yeah, we'll pass on alchemy, I think. Today's not the day to be doing this particularly. Alright, let's get empty stuff. Empty our bags a little bit. Oh, we need the other TSM profile for that. I need a macro or something to change that. Group is invalid. Why the flipping hell's that then? Your normal price is lower than your minimum price. How the hell has that happened? Have these been reset? Ha! Somebody's reset potion bombs of power to 160 gold apiece. Okay. Where's potion bombs of power then? Ha! Sure. No chance they'll sell. $5 points. We can get you capped out now. You're good. These flipping cogwheel businesses. Yeah, not bothered about putting points there, am I? What in the world was I doing over here? Was I trying to make goggles more effectively? Why in the world why I can understand profession gear. Why in the world did I put points in goggles? Well, I guess it's easy work orders, technically. Sure. Alchemy. 24 points to spend in alchemy? What gives? Oh. Oh. I got 24 points to spend in potions, but 24 points is not enough. Not enough. Profession gear heads also profit from goggles. Oh, that could possibly be why then. That could possibly have been why. This dude's thaumaturgy by default, but it's I thought I'd go into potions, but we ain't anywhere near anything, are we? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That's 200 knowledge points right there. This dude's not going to be any good at doing potions for ages. I guess it's just a case of fill the nodes out then. Let's just slowly work at it. Alright. That's this dude mostly done. Yeah, cloth characters definitely. Did I post my auctions on my main dude? I don't think I did. I got distracted. Yeah, cloth definitely benefits from putting points into, well, cloth calls it hats, doesn't it? head slot and chest slot, I think it is. And then, of course, you probably want to prioritise the cape because everybody can wear it if you are doing work orders. That'll do. Shopping list. This is not anything super super smart or fancy right now. I'm just purely trying to get back into the swing of World of Warcraft. After playing Satisfactory, or like my eyes just see conveyor belts and pipes still. My brain's still trying to figure out what this World of Warcraft game is. So we're not exactly making millions right now, but the possibility for something, a bit of practice. I'm not sure I actually did Jewelcrafting, did I? Probably burned some concentration on Jewelcrafting as well. No reason not to. If we go... we'll do a recipe scan for concentration as well. Do a normal scan first, see if there's anything I want to craft. Craft a couple of them, one of those, 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 one of those. There's a bunch of stuff we'll have a go at. Shopping list for that. It's actually somewhat surprising to me just how much of the basic stuff is profitable. Or at least has the potential to be, assuming you can sell it all right. Almost up to a quick 40k. Now a bunch of random gems. Didn't get lucky on the inverted prism. Didn't get lucky on the deadly amber. Alright. Little bit. I said I was going to do some concentration, wasn't I? If we do a recipe scan, it'd be interesting to see actually just what concentration looks like right now. If we enable concentration, do another scan, see what is the most valuable use of concentration. Sort by concentration value. Gems have tanked. Holy. Alright, Deadly Ruby it is then. Are we still in the realms of mirror powder? Wow. Even using mirror powder is not super worth. But I guess we will. It's kind of one of those weird ones where I should have probably popped a Bountiful Seasons potion before I began, but... Right.
Loot Fever TV says, Stanley, I got a request. Can you optimize the following sales pitch for me? I can make that item for you with Crafter A. Send a message to the secretary when you created the order, so I know when to start production. Certainly, my dear Loot Fever TV. How about this? I'll craft your item with Crafter A. Just shoot a message to the secretary after placing your order, and I'll kick off production right away. And remember, check for a Twitch Prime.
Don't put that last bit in. Don't put that last bit in. You didn't really optimize your sales pitch. You just said it again in a slightly different way. It's close enough though, right? Leatherworking, Jewelcrafting, post. Somebody reset Solid Ambers as well. Yep, Solid Ambers have been reset. Yeah, most of those numbers look about what I'd expect them to be. Nothing too crazy there. All right. Okay, let me go check. Wanted him to end it with back of the net. Well, his exact phrase was, I'll craft your item with Crafter A. Just shoot a message to the secretary after placing your order, and I'll kick off production right away. Back of the net. Yeah, it's very footballery, isn't it? That'll be the British slang he's accustomed to. I don't know what people's success rate is with this character, my alt can craft this, just send me a whisper when you've sent it so I can log over. I don't know what the success rate of that is. On smaller servers that might work really well, mostly because players are just desperate for somebody to craft the thing for them, full stop. But on bigger servers that fundamentally just doesn't work. It doesn't work because players are more looking for somebody who is logged on right now who can craft it. And they'll probably get 3 or 4 people that will whisper them saying, yeah, I can craft that right now. And they don't have to like, oh. Although, that said, I've had quite a few characters or quite a few occasions when I've whispered somebody about a work order and their first question back is not even how much, it's which character. So maybe players are getting more accustomed to the fact that crafters might be able to do stuff, but just not on the character that they're on, sort of thing. So I don't know. I'm no work order pro. All I know is I've done about 20 rings and amulets in the last couple of days while I was lurking in the main city tinkering with TSM, so there's clearly some in the air still. Let's do crafting orders first, real quick. People are not willing to pay that much for orders as they used to in Dragonflight. No. Once again, this is also something that will differ widely per realm. The fact that on bigger servers, there's plenty of people willing to craft stuff now. That it's not really that you know, it's a buyer's market in that regard. Not logging over character for 2k. I just asked 5k, no haggles. Yeah, I mean that's another way to do it. Like I said, people's mileage with this will definitely vary. But you know, if it's one of those, right? If you're just in the capital city and you're doing something else, and your craft scan gives you a notification that somebody wants something, it's 30 seconds, and you might get a bit of gold out of doing it. You might get resourcefulness proc, whatever. In that case, you don't really need to worry about it too much. But the flip side is if you are proactively trying to make gold, and the only reason you're standing around in the capital city is to be able to fulfill orders, then you're quite within your right to ask for a fee to do it. So there's very much two sides to the tale on that. We'll make one of those, 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 one of those. I hate it when I have to log into 10 characters to open my mail. What if on the warband select screen there'd be a button to transfer all mail to one character? It would save a long time. A warband mailbox. It's an interesting concept. You clearly are somebody that buys and sells in different realms then. Because your alternative solution to that is just you send everything to one character and you do all of your auctioning on one character. That's historically how everybody's countered that little issue. But if you're cross-realm arbitraging and you want everything to go back in the warbank anyway, then maybe. Why is it not crafting these? Hello? Don't be stupid now. Hello? What materials are you... Did I not... Did I not collect all of that stuff out of the mailbox? Did I buy all of that stuff and then not buy it out of the mailbox? I did, yeah. Just gold, you can then decide what you want to transfer. There's no reason it couldn't dump all items into your war bank, assuming you have space. Dare I say it, it'd be a really good reason for some people to then upgrade the size of their war bank. It will come with a new Bruto 3.0 for only $99.99. Maybe. Maybe. Thinking about buying the last tab, but the inner goblin screams when I see the 2.5 mil cost for the tab. I know, it is pretty brutal. I haven't bought it. I haven't bought it, but I know others that have. You're telling me my concentration can go 11 gold deep on a peak? No. Wow. Dark Moon sigils are ending up being one of the best uses for concentration right now. Is this the world we live in? Ascension and Radiance are the two best uses for concentration right now. Not even like intermediates. Vantis runes are down at 2 gold apiece on concentration. Woo! Concentration's getting hammered at this time in the season. Holy. Sigils are still best for some classes. Damn. Fair enough. I need some more ciphers. How much are these? 283. We'll be able to make 3 of them. Yeah, I need some more ciphers before we do this. Some tier 2 ciphers. Let me grab a couple more Ascension decks. Don't move. How do you spell Ascension? Oh, hang on. Don't move. Oh, I'm going to be missing Shadow Inks as well. Oh no, because we're using Q2s. It's fine, it's fine. Can these multi-craft? These can. Wow. If they multi-craft, that would be fun. How when we saved concentration twice? Oh my god. I ran out of ciphers again. My best was a ×6. That's filthy. No more inks. I haven't got any more inks because I haven't got any more pigments. Ah, it's all falling apart. Have I got any Q1? Wow, I've literally got no lure drop pigments. Have I got any lure drop in my bags? Wait, this dude doesn't have a resourcefulness tool? Wait. Oh, damn. Okay. Alright, whatever, I tried. I'm at the point where it's like, yeah, whatever. I tried. We have bigger problems. Since they didn't change anything yet, for gear, everything remains the same. It's kind of weird. It's kind of odd how there's... kind of odd how they're doing so little to change crafting in the next patch. Bunch of ungrouped stuff in my bags. Inscription, weapons, Q1 to 4 stuff. Pioneer cloth stuff, that's tailoring. Garments, your lower level stuff, you go in there. What do we got here? Low level weaver cloth, profession tools, profession accessories. That'll do. That burnt rolling pin, where you gone? Post that manually in a minute. 2 of them for some reason. Because there's literally no 450s on the auction house. How odd is that? See a knowledge point somewhere. I did. Scribe knowledge point. Nothing to spend there. 2. Prove that a little bit in case we ever want to make Q3 versions. Literally the only reason to film this is if you ever want to make Q3 ciphers en masse, which we might do at some point. Sold some codified greenwood. Scribe's got a lot of work to do still. Oh, nothing. Consecrated cloak. Vagabond bounding baton. Big business on these by the looks of things. Still. I'm in the process of filling this last node out. Then these last 3 nodes will be full, meaning we can start putting some points. I'll probably do cloaks first, or we'll go this way first, and then we'll do hats and cloaks, and then we'll have to go this way if we want to do the robes. But this is the only section of this tree that I'm really bothered about. You know, the other bits and bobs is just it'll be nice to have eventually. I think the cloak's a good one for tailors to have. Good weapon to have in your arsenal, since there's since it's something that technically everybody can equip, so... Even if it's not super duper mega optimal, you know, if people are a little bit unsure and they see the option of, oh, well, I could upgrade my cloak with a crafted one, I don't have any other use for this spark, or, you know, you never really know people's thought process behind this. Okay, sold a few things yesterday. We're standing near Enchanting, so let's have a little look at Enchanting first. 5 orders? That's got to have an augment rune on it. Yeah, of course it does. Let's do a regular scan first. We've got some concentration to burn as well. Wow, what's going on with Q2 Authority of the Depths? Somebody's reset it to 50k. Oh, we got to have a go. It'd be rude not to have a go, wouldn't it? That's quite funny. Be rude not to have a go. Quality 1 Defenders March. Sure. Q1 Radiant Power. It's been reset as well. Even with a reset, it's barely worth giving it a go. We'll do 1. I don't mind these Gleeform Glamours. They cost nothing to make and they cost nothing to post. Q3 Wisp of Silken Leech has had a reset on it as well, apparently, by those things. What happened to map prices? What, just in general, or? Map prices are currently on the rise as everybody's trying to stock up ready for 11.1. Seen a big, oh hang on, let's do things properly here. Get you out of the way. Let's pop a shatter first. I don't have a proper tool on this dude either. I don't have a proper ingenuity tool. Not an ingenuity tool, a flipping resourcefulness tool. Oh, I've got over 1,000 artisan security. Why don't I just make myself a better rod then? Hang on, please hold. Please hold. Put you away, we'll do you in a minute. I need to make another runed nullstone rod. Let's grab some of you. Why is that empty? Oh, I know why that's empty. Search button. 2 of you. 1 of you. Grab some storm. Have I not got any storm dust at Q3? Oh, I've got the storm dust, but we'll buy some more. Gleaming shards. Yoink. For runed nullstone rod, what do we need, boys and girls? Oh, welcome in, Kate. Good morning, or what I imagine is probably good evening for you. Either way, welcome in, welcome, welcome. We are going to need a enchant tool. Enchant tool, we're going resourcefulness on this one. And we need the missive of resourcefulness. If we go in full resourcefulness, one of you. Right, let's make sure we get this right, shall we? Arts and security, ringing deep ingots, null stone. That needs to be Q3, I'm going to assume. That needs to be Q3 as well. There we go. Q5. Stick that on it. Does that work? That works, doesn't it? Let's pray for a resourcefulness proc on this. Can I... Yeah, whatever. Go. Boom, no resourcefulness, stinky game, never lucky. Put an enchant on it. Boom, now we have a proper resourcefulness tool. Okay, now, that only cost me 10k, and obviously 400 artisan security, but that's fine. So let's now bang out that craft queue. Hopefully now harvesting a few more procs. See if we can make some cash monies. Don't have enough screen real estate, you know. I need a new monitor. We need 4K, 8K, 16K, something so we can fit all of these windows on it. Yeah, always auction house stuff. Making sure the professions are in order for 11.1 so we can make all the money. Time for an ultra wide. Yeah. Yeah, we need about 12,000 pixels that way if we can. That'll do. Right, those are funny because they've been reset. The profit in those is not actually strictly true. I made those just to see if we can take advantage of the reset because people do crazy things. Season 2 is going to be a snooze. Well, if it ends up being a snooze, it's a really good opportunity to go play some other games because there's some fantastic stuff out there. I mean, I put 150 hours into Satisfactory without actually really even thinking about it over the last month. And that was incredibly fun. We all know that most gold is made at the beginning of the expansion anyway. I don't think that's a wild secret to anybody. And if you can capitalize in season 1, then season 2 can be chill, relax. And then sometimes you see a bit of a rush to the finish line in season 3. Need to play Baldur's Gate. Well, there's a good few hundred hours of your life apparently. Some of the enchanting market resets are what you got to take advantage. The fact that markets get reset on items that are listed on the region-wide auction house is madness. Like the fact that people have got the balls to even try and pull that off, or it's indicative of the fact that just so few people are actually even bothering to try at the moment. Good old supply and demand, you know. Right, let's get some patron orders done for blacksmithing. Oh, you know what I didn't do? We didn't craft any, we didn't use our concentration for enchanting. Is there anything over 10 gold still with enchanting? Or is that, like, long gone? Recipe scan, enable concentration, go. Not that they're resetting it, but the fact that they're doing it at weird times. Yeah. Yeah, you can somewhat understand a reset happening like 20 minutes before everybody goes off raiding on a reset day sort of thing. But a reset on a random Monday morning is like, what? Sure. Okay, Authority of the Depths is still money. This doesn't seem to be changing. This is still cash money. Let's see if we can remember the play here. 2's all round usually. 1 of you. Probably worth doing that. Did I craft all of those enchants a minute ago, my ingenuity tool on, after just crafting a resourcefulness one? I think I did, didn't I? What a donut. We got our Shatter Essence buff up. Let's get our Ingenuity. Ooh, this is a question. Do we go Ingenuity or do we go Bountiful Seasons? Ooh, it's close now, isn't it? I might... Ooh, I don't even know what the better value is here. I mean, clearly concentration. We'll just go with that. 46% buffed up. I think we're good. Press the button. Right, we need like 25 procs, please, game. Six. 7, 8. We've hit the average. And we got one more. We got 1 over average. We'll take 1 over average. Wait, hold up. Wait, hold up. There is no way somebody's reset Authority of the Depths to 6k. No way. Yeah, I thought so. I thought so. Somebody had a good go, though. Somebody had a good go. It was 6k last night. Holy. Oh, that's funny. It's not crazy though, because when, for example, and the reason I say it's not crazy, because when you look at what the actual raw crafting cost is of an Authority of the Depths, assuming that you are Q3ing the lot, if you're mass producing them, you're still looking at 6.5k per press of the button, right? So it's not actually crazy for them to go closer to that point. And what people are doing by resetting these markets is just going, you know what, I will just have all of your concentration efforts for the last 3 months. I'll take all of those, please. Thank you very much. Because the per unit crafting cost, obviously, yeah, sure, stack some resourcefulness on this. 16% resourcefulness. If you've got a 16% proc chance and a 30% refund, you're looking at about a 5 to 8%, 5 to 8% actual cost reduction, which is still over 6,000 gold. If you're mass crafting Authority of the Depths, you're still looking at about 6,000 gold crafting cost minimum, I reckon. So the market, you know, anything less than 6,000 gold on this one single enchant is a strong indication that it's been made with concentration. And concentration being a finite thing. So if somebody comes in and they hoovers up all of them, I'm not saying this is sensible to do, but I'm explaining why, is that when you come in and you hoover all of them, the people who made those in the first place can't restock. They can't resupply. It's super duper mega risky because there's always more out there. There's always about 3 times of a thing lying about than what's visible on the auction house, is what I've witnessed over the years. That there is actually always way more than the auction house goes to suggest, but people hoovering up items that are very clearly crafted with concentration to flip them is relative, like, in theory at least, it's relatively safe. But you've also got to be willing to continually buy out all of the dribs and the drabs that turn up. So that's where most people fail. Most people look at the cost of a reset as just what it costs them to buy out and reset the price. No. That's the start. What you then need to do is be able to do that 2 or 3 times to actually hoover up most of the stock that exists. And doing it now and doing it on the region-wide auction house is crazy. But, you know, people do crazy things. Are frameworks worth it when enchanting? Worth is it's maths. If you stand to make more gold by using the framework, then you should use the framework. You need to make more gold than the framework costs you to use. That's all you got to do. And if that is the case, then it's worth using, yes. That's just a maths question. Do I make more gold with them? Well, how much added value does it bring to you? And is that number more than what it costs you to buy the framework? If it costs you another 100 gold to buy the framework, that puts your crafting cost up by 100. But if by using the framework, it makes you 120 gold on average, then you're making 20 gold extra by using the framework. So yes. But if you have to buy a framework at 100 gold and it only adds 80 gold of value, then no, you shouldn't use it. Because you're going to lose 20 gold every time. It's just maths. Ooh, another augment rune by the looks of things. Any others that might be interesting? You're not interesting. You're not interesting. We'll bang out all of those though. We'll bang out all of those for sure. Let's grab some mats for those. And to clarify, I'm not trying to be deflective by not giving you a solid answer. It's merely the fact that your maths might be different to my maths based upon how many knowledge points you have in a thing or what tools you're using. There's loads of variables that go into it. That means the maths that I have might be different to the maths that you have. And so what I try and do is make sure that people understand what the maths is so that you can look at it and do that and just and come to that conclusion properly. Where's my craft queue gone? There it is. Did I do the same thing again? Did I not pick out the items from the mailbox? Did I not loot those from the mailbox? No, I did loot them from the mailbox. I'm losing my mind. Right, we'll do a few of these, even the ones that claim to cost us a little bit. We'll make a bunch off that augment rune, so it sort of covers the costs a little bit. And historically, blacksmithing is painful for work orders, so... That'll do. I'm not doing this one. What's the patron order add-on? Well, what you see on this screen is no mats, no make. But I also use Craft Sim a lot for it as well, to populate the queue. Let's look and see if there's anything worth crafting. With blacksmithing, let's do a regular old recipe scan. Do a regular recipe scan. We'll enable concentration for a minute. See if there's anything that's worth crafting at base. Sort by profit. We'll make one of you, one of you, one of you, one of you, one of you. We've already got a bunch of those. One of you, one of you, one of you, one of you. These are too small for me to bother with. Right. What have we got here then? Shopping list for that. All I think about when using a framework is that it's an extra chance to get a proc. Yeah. Yeah. Procs, more chances at making procs is, you know, you could also distinctly claim that that's worth it all by itself. You know, frameworks and stuff, finishing reagents in general are really not that expensive. And it's kind of like if you like a gamble, if you like a gamble, you know, people go into casinos knowing that on average they will lose. But, you know, if it helps them today, you know, if it triggers that dopamine kick today, giving you an extra chance for a proc, then there's really no harm. Right, let's craft all this lot then quickly. What you're able to do now with Craft Sim is about as close as to what we were once upon a time able to do with TSM, being that you used to just be able to like press restock in TSM and it will go, right, these are all the profitable things you should craft, go out and craft them. Craft Sim's done an incredible job of basically replacing that. But because it's got that foundation of maths behind it that TSM doesn't, it really does give it a bit of an advantage right now. Right, what we do in regards to concentration, I presume it's just alloys still. Oh my god, they don't look particularly juicy. Even alloys are in the bin. If we exclude pieces of plate... Wow, core alloys are apparently the best use of concentration right now. Is that the world that we live in? Holy. I mean, sure. Sort of seems useless using an ever-burning ignition to do these, to be honest, but... I'm just filling my bank with them at the moment. Yeah, I'm not surprised. Oh, I'm out of bismuth completely. Even bismuth's up 20% to what it was a few weeks ago. If you can multi-craft, multi-craft. Wow. Apparently mirror powder is expensive. That'll do. Right, let's go get some stuff posted. Yeah, the Authority of the Depths. Is this the Q2 ones? Yeah, I'm not surprised they're broken. Huge amount of stuff that didn't post. What is this? Is this because it's lower level stuff? It clearly is. They need to be added to the right low level groups. So, professions, blacksmithing, Algari competitor stuff, but low level stuff presumably. All 551. Dredgers developed and dredgers plate, low level stuff goes in here. Weapons, low level weapons go in here. What else is not grouped that should be? I don't even know what they are. They're bind on pickup. Why is it asking me to put bind on pickup stuff in a group? Come on, game. Alright, that's probably it. Let's try again. Oh! I've not put the crystallized augment rune in a group anywhere, have I? Whoops. That's something that needs fixing. That needs fixing. You, my friend, go in interesting items. In fact, you're so interesting, you're going to get a subgroup. You're going to get a subgroup all to yourself. And we're going to call you Crystallized Augment Rune. And in there, we will put... Where did it go? You. In you go. You will probably have regular market value. Or am I going to consider it a reagent? That'll do. Okay. Right, there's a few things we need to post manually because the prices on them have gone loopy doops. Okay, these came down from 50k pretty quick, didn't they? Back to some sense of normality. All probably within the last hour. These need to go in there as well. 1,000 gold a piece for these. Sure. Defender's March is at a reset value as well. That's funny. Is that not grouped up? Enchanted Spearwound, that needs to be grouped up. Enchanted Rods and Wands, but lower level ones. In you go. Alrighty, I think that's mostly everything we need to do on these tunes. Surely gleaming shards will drop again, right? I like prices are one of those things that you have the same crystal ball that I have. I like to only talk in terms of like demand for stuff, because that we can sort of safely say yes. You know, the demand for gleaming shards will go up in the new patch because the demand for enchants will go up as everybody re-gears and re-enchants. What that will do to the price, though, is dependent on, well, is the supply going to keep up with it, or is the supply going to get left behind? Gleaming shards predominantly come from people disenchanting blue gear, and in turn mass producing blue gear to then disenchant. Are enchanters going to be willing to spend all their time continuously disenchanting to make shards, or will most of them see all the new shiny toys to go play with out in the game and go do that instead? We don't know. We don't know. Oh, okay. This dude is now ready to just put points into end node enchants where necessary. Okay, that means he doesn't need to spend any of that. I need one more point there. And then we finish this one as much as possible. 5 points away. And are the underlying materials to make that blue gear to disenchant going to be more or less expensive in 3 weeks' time? Hi, by the way. Yes, Woo adds a very good point, right? If people are mass producing blues in order to disenchant them, the cost of the shards will rise if the cost of the materials to make those blues in the first place also rise. So that's going to be... am I right in assuming that shards predominantly come from tailoring braces or something? It's usually where they come from, which in turn means that the value of cloth will somewhat dictate the value of shards, maybe. Are there new toys in the game, literally? No, I just use that phrase as to say that, look, these are all new, interesting things. You know, new patch, new zone, new dungeon, new Mythic Plus dungeon rotation, new raid. They're all the shiny new toys to go play with. Not toys as in your toy collection in game.
Adristea says, good morning. What lizard doggo name should be next? Good morning, Adristea. How about
collecting
naming
all
the
the
lizard
lizard
doggo
doggos?
Basil? It has a nice ring to it, don't you think? And don't forget to check for a Twitch Prime for some extra luck.
Basil or Basil. It's a good name. What have we got? Reginald. What were the ones he what were the ones he came up with the other days? Reginald, Bernard. Can't remember. Basil. Bit of Faulty Towers. That's literally the first thing I heard as well. Yeah. Percival, there we go. He's a fake Englishman. Basil, yeah. You clearly didn't go to proper English school.
Is that your wallet? Or are you just glad to see me? Both, I hope.
Thinpow subscribed for 36 months and says
Zinpow.
happy 3.
Nice, my man, 36 months.
Happy 3 indeed, Zinpow. A milestone worth celebrating. May your gaming adventures continue to be filled with joy and victories. And as always, don't forget to check for a Twitch Prime for some exclusive perks.
For some exclusive perks and goodies. Zinpow, thank you very much for that. I appreciate it. Welcome in, by the way.
Food Fever TV says, Adrestia, what happened to Aristoteles? Dear Loot Fever TV, it seems Adrestia decided to simplify things a bit and go by a shorter name, perhaps for more efficient lizard doggo adventures. And remember, check for a Twitch Prime for some extra charm.
I do like how Stanley has some element of memory about him. He doesn't remember everything. He needs prodding occasionally, but he does remember some stuff from time to time, which is nice. All of this random ass gear needs to not be in here, doesn't it? We've got things like stupid heirlooms just filling up my war bank that needs to just not be there. All of this just needs to be deleted. And actually, in theory, considering I'm on a character that can disenchant all of this, I might just disenchant all of this.
Jarges says, Stanley, what country are you from? Are you British, American, Azerothian? You sound a little posh. Please don't ask me to check for a Twitch Prime. Well, Jargist, you have a keen ear. I am indeed a posh British gentleman, not quite American or Azerothian, just a humble gamer offering wit and sarcasm in equal measure. Cheers.
Wit and sarcasm, equal measures. One gleaming shard at quality 3 is 95 gold. I could have got 100 gold for just vendoring that thing. So yeah, this is also something to bear in mind, that actually disenchanting stuff is usually a net loss. I could just literally sell this for 172 gold straight up, or disenchant it and I got 110 gold as a crystal, excluding the fact that some of this stuff could actually just be sold. Yeah, I theoretically would be better off just vendoring all of this. I can't even disenchant that one. To be fair, that's because these are weapons. Wait, did I disenchant something and get flipping bismuth? How did that happen? Hello? What did I disenchant to get bismuth? Sure. Wait, what? Great Returnal Essences? Large brilliant shards? Get out of here.
I have an extended
Don't make any sense. Right, random ass cosmetics. All this warbound until equipped stuff that's below level 600 is pointless keeping about. It's taken up vital space in my... Vital space. What's this? Some random ass cosmetic that's already known, that's not tradable. I don't think I need any of this for any reason ever. Oh, was it time walking gear? Oh, yeah, that sort of starts to make sense. I'm only really checking that there's not some random high value BOE or something in any of this. Otherwise, it's all just getting nuked. Give me my warbank space back. Spent good money on that space. Boy, hang on, what's going on? You lot are having some random conversation. Something that randomly popped in my head the other day. What happened to the Free Hong Kong movement? There was a big thing over in Hearthstone. I have no idea. My political expertise are not very strong at the best of times. Oh, can't be disenchanted. Can't be disenchanted. Well, whilst we could have just vended all of this, at least it's a bunch of bonus enchanting mats. And actually, when we get the occasional Q3 diamond proc or something, it's worth. Or crystal even. Even Q2 crystals or 100 gold, so... this stuff just needs deleting. Because it's time, like, heirloom gear. Have heirlooms been upgraded yet? I should have probably checked that. Do heirlooms get you to 80 yet? It's probably a little early still for that, isn't it? That's usually a 0.2 patch thing. I have just realised that an awful lot of this gear actually is probably upgrades for a lot of my alts, but truth be told, I'd rather it just be gone. Okay, all of this needs vendor in. There's a bunch of mats though, we take that. Let's get these vendored first so they don't accidentally end up back in my war bank.
Come, shop, browse. Smell.
Oh, you can't even be sold, disenchanted or nothing. Alright, sure. Let's get rid of all of this stupid stuff. What do we got? Snowmaster 9000, go away. Edge of Winter, go away. Random enchanting hat, soulbound. Never going to need that again. Low level enchanting tool. Never going to need that again. Ruined bismuth rods. Never going to need these again. Basic blacksmith hammers, see you later. Random dragonflight gear cluttering up my bag still. I should have just saved this actually thinking about it till next week and I'd have got my weekly disenchant points for free. Don't want any of this rubbish. Healing potions, are you mad? Sinister squashlings. How many people are deleting sinister squashlings at the moment? See you later. Already known. Wait, hang on, is that? every year. Yeah. Flipping stupid. That's the secret thing. We've already finished that. Jingling bells. See you later. Preserved holly. Get out of here. Random ass box of puntables. There's another one. Can't do anything with that anymore. Random ass toy. Those are important, and I can't remember what they're for. Right, that'll do. Lovely clean inventory. Love that. Right, Matt's in the war bank.
My directive is to serve you.
Beautiful. Beautiful. That's how an inventory should look. Pucker. 952 artisan security, though. There has to be some valuable use for this. Let's have a little look in here. Recipes? Do we need any more recipes? Yes. Oil of deep toxins. From some dude down in Ashgahet. Okay. Any raid recipes coming? Not that we've seen on the PTR. There may be, but with release candidate build, I'm going to assume not. Plus, things like that would often be in, you know, a lot of people would be keen to find those things from, wait, hang on, I need to find out where this actual vendor is. A lot of people would be interested in that sort of stuff for, you know, BIS lists and gear crafting going into Season 2 already. So it's not just crafters that are interested. But, yeah, distinct lack of anything, really. Lady Vinazi... Okay, two people that sell this. Who the hell sells this and where? Who are you? I'm going to assume you're down here somewhere. Let's just go and have a look. Now to try and remember where the Enchanting trainer is. Down here somewhere? Cooking. Fishing. Blacksmithing.
Hi.
Oh, Core Forge skeleton key. I think we need that on this dude, don't we? Oh, Kej is a problem. Because I don't think I have any of this on any characters ever. Because I have spent about 10 minutes in this zone at the entire expansion. I never bother coming to do the pacts or anything on any toon. Because I hate this zone. It just feels icky. And I need like 1 billion of this stuff. 78,511 apparently to buy even just the rest of the good stuff. Alright, this is probably going to be an issue, isn't it?
Back to work.
Where is Enchanting?
What?
Yeah, flipping missing Kej is going to screw me over, isn't it?
Goodbye.
Damn.
I see you see my
Damn strawberry jam. Alright, maybe we forget that idea. You can convert resonant crystals to Kej. Oh, you can, can't you? You can. I need resonant crystals as well, though. Maybe we'll come back to that one. Cavalry's march, scouts march. There's another one that needs, yeah, the Chant of Armoured Avoidance, Chant of Armoured Leech. Oh, there's a bunch of stuff I need, actually. Oh, Severed Thread Pact. Oh, dear. I'm going to have to do some of this then. Oh, these all use a lot of Artisan's Acuity. Alright, well, it turns out I've got plenty to buy without worrying about this zone. Any idea if Wax is being deleted before Season 2? I can't imagine why. I hope not, because I got a bunch of that as well. I can't imagine why that, like, it's not like a gear-based currency. Can't see why Wax would make a disappearance. Oh, because you get Valor Stones for turning it in. I don't know. I don't know. I mean, yeah, in that case, I don't know. I mean, realistically, how much do you make from Wax right now? It's not huge amounts either way, is it? But, you know, something is something. That's a good question. I don't know. I don't know. Maybe I go do Azkahet. Maybe we go do that zone a little bit. Because it's the one zone I've spent basically 0 time in. I've actually still got quite a lot of quests to do for Zalnot Pass, which is something that I was working on before we took a satisfactory break. Crystal Chronicled requires Beacon of Hope. What's Beacon of Hope? Contribute Radiant Remnants to light lesser key flames and complete the following quests. Seeds of Salvation. Is Seeds of Salvation a quest I can do right now? I think that's one of the ones that's available some weeks and not others, isn't it? Let's have a look. Horrid quest, the harvest seed supply doesn't spawn often. And is garbage to harvest from the elite dark crazed harvesters. Oh, I vaguely remember this. I got 100% loot after I spec'd into survival. BM seems to make it not drop. Okay. Further problems. Somebody want a quick ring crafted? Have a quick ring. Let's grab the weekly quests while we wait for that. Right, so Frozen Path Through Time, some time walking raid dungeon-y bits, arena calls. I'm not even going to bother picking that one up because that's not happening. Even I have my limits. 100 Titan disc fragments, that will happen accidentally. Call to the World Soul. What do we want to do? What do we want to do? World quests. Well, we need to go do the Spreading the Light anyway, so maybe we just have that one.
Do you also hear Beladar's song?
Oh, they've listed the work order. Whee! Let's go craft a ring. Resource proc. Never lucky. We made a big old 95 silver on that one. Smashing it. And I guess we need some time walking dungeons at the same time. So let's grab a flight path down to Hallowfall. Oh no, hang on. What was the dungeon weekly quest?
Communication initiated.
Stone Vault.
We will continue speaking later. Work cycle interrupted.
Do you have to do it on heroic, or can it be on normal as well? Doesn't matter, does it? Oh, you can even do it with a follower dungeon. Oh, I'm not doing that. Follower dungeons means it takes forever. It's much easier to let 4 other people do it for me. Right. That's probably going to take a minute anyway. Right, quick break for 2 minutes, boys and girls. I'll be back in 2.
The lamplighters are stretched thin. For the Arathi to survive, we must settle in lands shadowed from Beladar's light. The darkness strikes out with threats not even our key flames can dispel. Aid us, outsider. Be our beacon in the darkness.
Okay, did I miss me dungeon queue? It's not even popped, has it? Beautiful. Alright. Yeah, this flipping quest. What was it called? It was called Seeds of Salvation. Well, we need to do a huge amount of this anyway. Why does that not have... Interesting. This will take us through most of it anyway. I haven't done this very much. I can never remember what I'm doing down here.
We have strayed from favor.
Defenders of Flame.
Will banish the darkness.
One, 2, 3. Come in, fellas. Which quest do you have? Supply the effort. That's not the right one. Slay 2 rare creatures that threaten the key flames. Can we turn in some stuff here?
To maintain the
Boom.
key flame requires amassing a reserve of radiant remnants. Search the area, gather the remnants from the land, or take them from monstrous clutches.
Need more satchels. 12 satchels then. That looks like one. Yoink. We just go ham and blow all of this up and see what happens. What could possibly go wrong? Spiders! That's what could go wrong. I had enough with flipping spiders in Satisfactory, you know. These things are easy business.
Beladar's light coalesces into radiant remnants. Once gathered, it becomes hope for the Arathi.
Stay close. The power of the flame shall heal you.
The Emperor rewards the faithful.
Where are you going? Are you happy? You chilling now? You good? Or are you just patrolling? I'm not sure what you're doing. I never know what's going on with these. Should we just kill stuff instead?
Sacred flame is for everyone.
If in doubt, pew pew. Right, following you's boring now. Then we go kill things. Give you some more, give you some more. I need that one quest. One quest, Seeds of Salvation, is what I'm looking for. It's not any of these. I wonder if picking up 3 of these at a time is smart. Pinky, don't be dying on me. Don't be dying on me.
Structural integrity, power levels critical.
When 3 isn't enough, tag 4 apparently. Ooh, piece of gear. Big piece of gear? A few thousand gold piece of gear. Probably not for long though. That looks like some supplies. Hands off, they're mine. Fallow corn. I think I'm probably just gonna, like, quote unquote, complete this whole zone until I'm at least rep capped or I get that achievement. Because I still, to this day, don't have a clue what I'm doing out here. I just pick up shiny things. The number's going up. As long as the number's going up, we're good. You look like a shiny thing. $93. Boom.
We are the holders.
Right, so you're happy now.
If the shadows find you, call.
Bit of rep.
The harvesters work the land with a strength of 10 Arathi, yet the shadow corrupts even our machines. Search the surrounding area for salvageable parts.
To be honest, all of this is good for rep anyway. I'm severely lacking in the rep department because I've never got into doing the outer world stuff too much this expansion. I should do more of it though. Right, now to remember we're not in a follower dungeon.
High Speaker Irish. Or is it just Irish now? He's fled from the Hall of Awakening into the Stone Vault. He's probably running like a frightened mouse. Wee, sleepy, cowering, timorous beastie.
I saw Bellula making some tweets the other day as well, actually. And a couple, like one of them really intrigued me. He clearly pissed a few people off, which is pretty standard for Bellula these days. But he was sort of trying to gauge the room on raid difficulties. And there seems to be significant call for like less complex raid difficulty scenario. So many people calling to get rid of LFR, which is nothing new and isn't exactly what you consider a hot take. But interestingly, there was so many people also calling to get rid of Mythic as well. And I was like, wait, what? I mean, I thought that, I mean, I'm all for making Mythic a touch easier. I wouldn't necessarily have gone as far as to say to like get rid of it completely. I don't know whether this was just the internet doing internet things, but it kind of surprised me. Seems to be an awful lot of people that would like to go back to like the old school way of just having 2 raid difficulties, normal and heroic. Use the story mode that they've now developed for like the equivalent of LFR. And then just get... So many people seem to just be like, yeah, just get rid of Mythic. And I totally agree that Mythic is... I mean, I don't even think it's that spicy of a take that when they clearly tune Mythic to be... If it's tuned in a way that is, by design, takes the top 100 players in the entire world 2 weeks to complete it, it's tuned too damn hard. Like, that if the top 100 players in the world, you know, across the Race to World First guilds, if it takes the top 100 players in the world a few weeks, 2 weeks, it seems to be, you know, 10 days to 2 weeks seems to be about the norm now. If it takes the best players in the world 2 weeks to complete your hardest difficulty, it's too damn hard. And so I can somewhat see an understanding to why some people are, yeah, just get rid of Mythic. It's only there for the benefit of the Race to World First. It's only a marketing tool now. Blizzard said LFR's the most completed difficulty. Ain't no way they've been in it. It's the most completed difficulty because you can queue for it. There's no organisation needed to do it. And it's the easiest. So, by proxy, of course it is. Just like how Mythic is probably the least completed because you need exactly 20 people and it's the hardest. I don't think those statistics will shock anybody. But that doesn't necessarily mean it's good. And it seems to be that there's a strong overall opinion that with the restrictions on Mythic, plus the turnover that many players seem to have in their guilds between one season and another, fundamentally makes guilds that try and push Mythic more often than not kill themselves rather than actually progressing further. Whereas guilds that take the mindset of that we are not a Mythic guild, that they do heroic, and they complete heroic within a normal amount of time, and they will then clear heroic a few times, but they don't ever progress into Mythic particularly. Maybe excluding the first boss or two, maybe possibly, but guilds that seem to push into Mythic seem to implode more often than not by the looks of things. And I think with how, I always use the phrase arcadey, some people may or may not agree, but with how arcadey retail is these days, with people doing what they want to do in the game, and then putting the game down and coming back when they release a new season, I think a lot of the Mythic, both difficulty and restrictions,
Intruders detected. Defense protocols
don't really fit as well as they used to.
Countermeasures on.
Incinerate!
Build it up.
I have thought for years though that like four levels of difficulty is just too much.
So much less.
Just think about how much time and effort goes in from the devs to even remotely try and balance and tune the same content 4 times. And when you consider that LFR is memed on, but that's not to say that it takes... tuning LFR probably takes substantially less effort than tuning Mythic, but it still takes time and effort. And it's memed on as people just blast through it. But then to do normal, which is a slight step up, and then heroic, that is a slight step up, and to make all 4 of them seem like a level of progression, it must be humongous amounts of effort, especially with the 36 to 40 individual classes we have in the game these days. All for the sake of one raid that is completely null and void less than 6 months later.
There he is.
Now, I don't think if they went back to like just normal and heroic, let normal be queuable.
Let's finish this.
Let normal be queuable, but a bit more challenging. Have story mode be LFR. So, if story mode is, you know, the equivalent of LFR, it's not really anything you have to tune because it's story mode. Have normal. That's probably a bit more difficult than what normal is now, but also give people the flexibility of having it be queuable. And then have heroic, the one that is kind of not queuable, requires some level of organization, e.g. a guild, but can also have a flexible amount of players in it. And then just focus all of your tuning on the progression from boss 1 through to boss 8 in heroic. You don't need mythic at that point. I'm a Mythic Raider. If Mythic Raid would be easier, our guild would have cleared the content 2 months ago. I agree some bosses tune very badly, or it's a weak or a boss. Those need to be removed. But people like us need strong content, otherwise there'd be nothing to do for months. Yeah, it's hard, isn't it? Because I obviously wouldn't want to like propose anything that takes anything away from players like you. But at the same time, I wonder whether if it was made easier, yes, you might have completed it 2 months ago, but does that or would that be a problem? If you were to, not that you can, but if you were to try and quantify the amount of fun, is the fact that it takes you 2 months longer to do amplifying the fun or just stretching it out? Is the same amount of, could the same amount of enjoyment be had if you were, you know, because you still have to figure out the boss mechanics, figure out your group composition, practice it a little bit, take it down. You know, the process of killing one of those bosses is still no different. But let's say instead of killing 1, maybe 2 bosses a week, you would get to kill 3, maybe 4 bosses every other week, sort of thing. Would that not... Is it quantifiably more fun because it takes longer to complete? And would the opportunity to be able to like say, okay, this is the start of a season, this is the first month or 2 where we're going to push, but after that you can take a breather. And if you take a breather and you choose to put the game down, that's entirely up to you, but you leave on good terms and then you come back feeling refreshed and more than happy to blast it again next season. I'm not sure. Like I said, I don't know. The hardest boss in the game is the roster boss that every guild suffers from. Forcing 20 people 3 times a week to be present for 3 hours is harder to manage than ever. Blizzard needs to scale Mythic Raids to be able to run with 10 people. But Blizzard have said categorically themselves that if they allowed for scaling numbers in Mythic, they just physically can't do it. They can't create this, they can't balance and tune it for 10 players. Not to be fair and balanced. They've already said this, that there's no way, if they want to have content as difficult as Mythic content, the number has to be fixed. Or at least that's, you know, what they claim. Now, I would probably go as far as to say, well, they probably can do it, But the fact that they're having to balance 4 difficulties, you know, all at the same time and make a sense of progression throughout all of those 4 is maybe part of the problem as well. 10-man mythic doesn't work, just raid buffs. Yeah, I think there's some quite substantial things that, you know, because what Blizzard don't really want is they don't want it to be cheesed. Seeds of Salvation, isn't this the one I'm meant to be doing? Oh, this is the one I'm meant to be doing. Wonderful. Bring back the raid buff scrolls, add a cap on it to 10 people. Problem solved. Yeah, I don't know what the solution is. I just think that less difficulties with more focus on each difficulty, in my head, makes way more sense than trying to half-ass 4 difficulties. Which is kind of how it feels. LFR's a meme. Normal is puggable. Heroic is guild content. Mythic is race to world first and a very small selection of players. And I don't personally think that those top tier players who do progress through Mythic would actually have any less enjoyment if they made the content easier. It would be quote-unquote finished quicker, sure. But at the same time, I don't necessarily know if that's actually a bad thing. Because you would have to be able to quantify that it taking you longer to do adds enjoyment to it. And I'm not necessarily sure it would. Why is it a problem that Mythic is too difficult for some people? In a role-playing game, even an online role-playing game, especially now one that is so very seasonalized, it's not like the gear that you make in this season or the gear that you equip in this season is going to last more than 5 minutes in the next season. Pretty much these days, it's basically a hard reset on your gear every time you go from one patch to another. So, what you should be looking to do, I feel, as a game developer, is making sure that by the end of that season, as many players as possible have the opportunity to be fully geared. Why is it not mending my pet? Why is it not reviving my pet? I'm not sure that having a game mode where the best gear comes from and having it such an tune so difficult that only a very, very, very small handful of people have access to that is the best solution. It then fundamentally means that a lot of people, I think, are in a position where they probably have the skill necessary to complete Mythic content. But what they don't possess is the ability to play the game like a full-time job, or to be part of a guild that has exactly 20 people. You know, they just can't get the social aspects of it to work, right? It's not that people wouldn't have the ability to do it, but those people then, who still equally pay the exact same subscription, through no real fault of their own, other than maybe the fact that they can't, you know, dedicate not only 3 nights a week to completing the content, but also at the beginning of the season, a good 2 weeks of hard graft outside of even killing raid bosses to get quote-unquote prepared. So these are players who, by no fault of their own, never get to achieve the same things in the game as others. Not necessarily even because of the difficulty particularly, but for everything else that comes around with it. Whereas if you made it a little bit more easy, there'd be more obligations by people to get into a guild. You'd probably see even more pickup groups, potentially even for it. Guilds that clear heroic relatively quickly would have more of an incentive to keep playing for longer, to then try out mythic, whereas I think a lot of them hard cap themselves these days. They're like, right, well, you know what, we're just not going to go past heroic. But then how do you reward the people that have a guild and the skill for mythic? They get the mythic gear, which is what they're chasing after in the first place. And the reward is that they will have it first. 0%. The more organised you are, the better group around you are, the more you will have it first. But I think there's a huge amount of people that it's not their skill that's necessarily the problem. It can be, you know, IRL factors. That the commitment needed to step into Mythic is probably double that of what it is to do Heroic. And I don't see what the problem is with making a scenario where by the end of the season more people have access to that. Considering how many other catch-up mechanics and stuff we have in the game, like, everybody should have a relatively equal opportunity to get to the same strength by the end of the season. Whether it takes you 2 months to do it or 4 months to do it. But as it stands at the moment, most players don't even consider stepping into Mythic because they just know that A, the difficulty, plus on top of the difficulty curve, finding 20 other people or 19 other people to strive for the same thing at the same time. I think the restrictions are just too tight, honestly. But yeah, I don't know. There clearly isn't a perfect solution because the game's 20 years old and they still haven't stumbled across it. So there's no such thing as a perfect solution. But finding these seeds is a bit of a weird one, this, isn't it? We are getting there. We're halfway. Engaging. Also, because of 6 months of nerfs and the new time-gated renown buffs coming to Mythic at the start of the season is totally different to the end of it. But the complexity of finding a group of people at the end of the season is amplified to what it is at the beginning. Billions of people knocking about at the beginning of the season. Everybody's playing the game at the start of the season. But at the end of the season, how many people have just like called it quits? Peaced out, see you later. Whilst, yes, there is passive nerfs over time to the dungeons themselves, or to the raid itself, the mechanics of getting 20 players together in the last couple of weeks of a season is borderline impossible, I'd imagine. They can't... There's nothing Blizzard can do to buff the access to 19 other equally skilled, equally geared people if the drop-off in player base is as violent as it is these days. Just checked the dates for my first CE in 2013. It was a 3-day guild and took about 3 months. Still in this 3-day guild, a tier lasted 3 months, but what changed is the duration of the whole tier is now much shorter. The recharge time between tiers is now a lot less now. So I wouldn't mind a bit shorter tiers. So I'd like it to be a bit more easier. And I can't quote specifically for this, but I would imagine that your cutting edge gear from one season back in 2013 would carry you through most of normal and heroic and get you going on mythic the next season pretty rapidly as well. Your gear seems to carry you a lot further now. I don't know how that feels with mythic raiders today, but it doesn't really feel as if your gear from one season carries you as far. The fact that next season flipping LFR gear is about the same power as LFR gear ends up being not far different from mythic gear today, for example. It feels like a much harder reset between seasons now. I don't know. Like I said, I don't know what the perfect solution is.
Engaging.
After guild drama, implosion, benched into a smaller roster, it feels good. Take a coffee, sign up on LFR and just scan the auction house. I used to call deaths in LFR like cancel scan breaks. So that's literally what they were. Join an LFR, practically pay zero attention, get yourself killed, do a quick cancel scan. It's not the way to do it though. Make mythic cosmetic rewards for those that like the challenge. I mean, that's a spicy take. Yes. How many mythic players turn around and go, well, we don't care for gear anyway. Well, if you don't care for gear, just use your heroic gear. And then that's... Then again, what you also see, the issue with that is some people care more about cosmetics than they do their actual gear. People say that they chase gear, but the reality is a lot of the time the reason they chase the gear is because they want the cosmetics of it. Might sound a bit toxic, but if you're only doing heroic, are you really in a position to demand the best possible gear? But like I said, it's not necessarily a skill thing for a lot of players, I'd imagine. The heavy, heavy restriction of having to have 20 people. Finding 19 other like-minded individuals that were all willing to be online at the same time for the same duration, weeks and weeks and weeks on end, on top of the growing necessity for 20, 30, 40, 50 hours of gameplay the week before a raid even comes up to, you know, to hard grind flipping renown or whatever the case may be. It's not necessarily just a skill jump from heroic to mythic. It's the just sheer time investment can stack up really fast as well. Like I said, all of that can even be before you even consider the difficulty once you step into the raid. These are things that also could do with being considered. Right, there's another seed. Where's the seed pile? Is this the last one? Last one. Oh, there we go. This is big. This is huge.
We burn
massive.
Don't
Boom.
despair. The shadows sense it.
Nice. Crystal Chronicled. Done. We should probably do these last campaign chapters, shouldn't we, really? Before 11.1. Before we head into the new stuff. I accidentally did all of this on the PTR, so I kind of haven't really got around to doing it on live. Kill Gloom Sprout. Okay. Get wrecked. I do think it'd be good to scale down Mythic Raid in Heroic Raid. I'm now bottom of the DPS list because my item level is lower since I can't do the Mythics. Yeah, I don't know what the solution is. But it was, like I said, all of this stemmed from seeing Bellula tweet out how he was sort of, you know, planting the seed, should we say. And being somewhat surprised with the responses that came back his way. Alright, there's another chapter down, a little bit more rep. Don't mind if I do.
When the star shifts, seek shelter.
Syra Rathi at now 18 still. I think it's 20 or 25. Oh god, they're 25. I didn't realise we were that far behind. Oh, they're all 25. Oh lord. Okay, I'm miles behind. Wait, hang on. What's going on here?
The lashrooms choke the life out of crops and farmhands alike. Parasites to the Arathi in every sense. You may not share our faith.
Most heard comment, you're rich, why don't you just buy a carry? Yeah, that's always thrown Goblin's way, isn't it?
You can.
Eat the ethereal sugar. Eat it or snort it. Ooh. It's pew pew you. Big old stinky rare. Because buying carries for mythic raids is actually really hard work. I've never done it, but I mean, for years and years and years, and for years, one of the #1 reasons why I didn't do any form of raiding was simply because my work schedule on a weekly basis changed every week, right? So, like, I could never commit to a guild and say, yes, on a Wednesday evening, I'll be there every Wednesday evening. I couldn't, because some Wednesday evenings I'd be working. And unfortunately, my you know, those were the days where my love for maintaining a real proper full-time job far outweighed my willingness to play a video game. Now, of course, I'm very lucky that I'm in a different situation to that now. But it's just, as far as I'm concerned now, it's just a bit of an old habit dies hard. I've never really particularly raided to any great level in this game, and I don't really have much desire to do it. So hence why, even though my IRL situation has changed and I could easily go and do a bunch of raiding, just out of habit, I kind of haven't anymore. But I know full well that if I was in that position where dedicating, I can't commit, you know, when you can't commit to a guild, you can't commit to it, you know, if you can't commit to that schedule.
In the light of Belladar, coins glitter.
And I don't think... This is where you have to carefully consider that. Does that make your $15 a month subscription worth any less? Because you can't dedicate, you know, the exact amount of time every week to be able to go and, you know... One of the advantages for many of paying a monthly subscription is, by theory, that they should be able to dip in and out of it when needed. It's hard to draw a line in the sand where it says, right, well, you just can't do this content because there's too many restrictions in place if you can't dedicate 6 hours, 9 hours, even 3 hours a week. I don't know. 4 frog-kissed cadavers. Kiss more froggies, kiss more froggies. And by kiss, I mean murder. I think the failure of Mythic raiding is making people outside of it think the incentive and reward is gear. I think that is true for people that entirely don't raid and look at Mythic raiding as something they'll never do, but they still want the gear from it. I think you're right in that regard. But like I said, I do also think that there's probably, and there's quite clearly, a sizable amount of the player base that just doesn't even bother with Mythic because the step up from Heroic is vast. Not just in difficulty, but in requirement. You know, there's a barrier to entry for Mythic even before you step into Mythic. So raider gear is just a byproduct. I mean, most publicly, that was what Preach was saying for years, wasn't it? That, like, as soon as he's killed the boss, he's done, right? Like, his enjoyment of raiding, and he was, like, I use Preach as an example because he's, you know, big public figure in this regard. His advantage of raiding, or his desire from raiding, was to kill the boss. Once the boss is dead, he's done. He's out of there. He's not doing farm. He's like, boss is dead. He's had his fun by that point. And that, yes, gear just kind of... Gear is something that you need a certain amount of. And this is, I think, how Blizzard have always tuned stuff, so that you need a certain amount of gear to overcome, like, checkmark obstacles in the encounters, but any more than that isn't really going to make any difference if you still stand in the fire, sort of thing. You know, gear will get you so far, but the actual execution of the mechanics is still vitally important. But the fun is overcoming that. I say this all the time about goal making, that for me it's all about the journey. I'd probably be exactly the same if I raided. I would enjoy the figuring out and the gearing up and then killing the boss, but if you were to expect me to be doing farm, absolutely no chance am I randomly killing that same boss just to get DPS passes. I couldn't think of anything worse, honestly. Repeatedly killing the same boss again to try and kill it a little bit faster next week or to do a little bit more damage. Nah, that's Mythic Plus mindset. That's probably why Mythic Plus is so popular. Death Petal? Don't we need to kill another big rare? We do. What's the add-on that shows you what you've looted on the right-hand side? It's part of Plumber. It's Plumber's loot window. Plumber does a whole bunch of stuff these days. Should really be, the add-on should really be renamed to Handyman. I think somebody, I've stolen that off somebody. Somebody in chat said that once upon a time and I agreed with them. Because it does a whole bunch of stuff now. Here's the thinking, I maybe shouldn't have taken this dude on solo. I didn't even consider the fact that I wouldn't be able to solo this dude. I think I can, I just need to not play like a donkey. Spawning all his little fellas is the problem. Get him gone. There we go. Woof. Okay, nice. What are we doing? I didn't realise how long this zone takes to do. I get why people don't bother doing this every week. Invasive Lash Room contains Uncle's Eye. Life on the Farm. Is that part of another quest or something that I don't have right now? This is why I should turn all the things off. Gildy just returned to the game. He's in Dalaran, had no idea what is about to happen. The world is going to change under his feet. One thing worse than farm is, can we bring alts? Yeah, I don't know how I deal with all of that sort of stuff. What's with the sword and trash bin, by the way? Oh, that's part of Zygor. That's also kind of meant to disappear, I think. It's for getting rid of grey items, for trashing grey items. My Zygor's set to hide itself automatically when it's in combat. But then it comes back when I'm out of combat. It means I can use the same area of my screen for my damage meters and Zygor at the same time. But yeah, that's just a Zygor bonus little module thing. There we go, one last of you done. Right, there's one more quest done.
Are you from above? One day I'll be a lamplighter.
I wonder if there's a reason why we're not turning this in yet. I guess we'll find out next time. 20 dusk stems. What the hell are dusk stems? They look like sparkling flowers on the top of the giant green plants. Are these things? Okay. They're easy enough. I hate this event. I refuse to do it. It's a mess of quests. It's another one of those zones where I think if I muddled through it enough times, I'd figure it out. But yeah, I heavily rely on Zygor just to tell me what to do and where to go on this one. What do I need for Crokit? Shadowblind Groupers. Help if I could type. Have some fishies. What's the point in doing this event at this stage in the game? Well, I was originally here for the Zal Not Pass meta achievement. But secondly, I'm still massively behind on my renown. So the 200 renown for every quest definitely helps. Takes you a minute to fish them up in the pools next to you there. Takes me even less time to buy them off the auction house. Long boy prio. Oh, where's all the flipping? Oh, there's somebody else harvesting them too. Now we've had it a while, how do you like the region-wide auction house compared to the old way? I'm somebody that can designate enough time and put in enough effort to still be able to extract value out of it. But I know I am in the minority there. So personally, region-wide auction house doesn't really present many disadvantages to me, and I can take advantage of what the region-wide auction house has to offer. That said, from a goal-making perspective, for most people, it's a disadvantage to what we had previously. From a completely third-party perspective, though, the region-wide auction house is fantastic. Simply because it fixed a huge problem that Blizzard had and that players had, in that it could cost you 50,000 gold a week to raid on one server. It could cost you 15,000 gold a week to do the same on another server, because there was such a disparity between like the price of, you know, potions and enchants and stuff. When you first started to play the game, people, you know, just much how people sort of talk about the biological lottery IRL, whether you get born into a third world country or a first world country. It's a biological lottery. It's not that far different when you play World of Warcraft. When you first buy the game and you install the game and you make your first character, you're presented, before you know anything about the game, a big old list of servers. Blizzard will recommend a server to you, but it will also proactively tell you not to play on the bigger servers. It'll be like, these are full. Are you sure you want to play here? You might have queues. And a lot of people would have gone, oh no, I don't want that. I'll go one of these low level or one of these medium population ones. And then once you've dedicated 20, 40, 100 plus hours, then when you start trying to find a guild to do some endgame content and you realise that there's nobody about, there's like, it was just messy. It's horrible. The region-wide auction house definitely helped fix, maybe not fix, but, you know, alleviate some of those issues for players. But from a goblin perspective, from somebody that likes to use the auction house as a place to make gold, I can still take full advantage of the region-wide auction house, but I know most can't.
My goods are the pride of the empire.
Most players cannot compete with the top 1% of goblins, and that's realistically what it is now. So personally, don't mind it, but I can see why a lot of other people would dislike it. But at the same time, I also understand why an awful lot of the player base loves it, because now it means all of their potions, all of their materials, all of their enchants, doesn't matter what server they play on, it's roughly the same price. That sort of normalization
Selection awaits your appraisal.
is good.
Well supplied is well prepared.
Do I use the contracts? I probably should do, but I'm lucky if I do one sweep of world quests, like even once a week, meaning that I often don't bother. I never really feel I get value out of the contracts. I might have plenty of gold and it probably doesn't cost me anything to make them, but you know, there's a reason you end up with lots of gold, and that's because you're thrifty at spending it sometimes. There's one. I wish the whole thing was region-wide. I suspect...
Military grade goods.
Once upon a time, I suspected that that was exactly the direction that Blizzard was going in. Now I'm not so convinced. Now I don't think they're really going to bother. Now that we've got warbands, and that you can, in theory, very easily make a tune on another server. If there's something you're really desperate to buy, whether it be a piece of gear, a BOE, a mount, a piece of transmog, a pet, if there's something along those lines you're really desperate to get your hands on, most players can quite easily make a tune, take some gold out the war bank, and get it. It's not outside the realms of possibility to do that now. That takes a lot of the weight off the need for everything to go region-wide. It'd be nice if they did it. I agree, it'd be nice if they did it, because it'd be neat and tidy and uniform. But because they've done warbands, they kind of don't necessarily have to prioritize it as much anymore. It's one of those that kind of, if they, you know, if they have some spare dev time, they can put it on the list of to-dos, but it's not very high on the list of to-dos, I don't think. Because making the rest of the stuff fully region-wide is significantly more problematic than it was to make the commodities region-wide. Commodities stack. Most of the items that aren't on the region-wide auction house are very deliberately the items that don't stack and that you need an individual listing for each one. And then if you've got individual listings for each of those items, how do you then navigate when you smush 100 servers together and you go from having 10 of a certain BOE listed on an auction house, where players can comfortably go through those 10 and see, oh, well, this one's got crit on it, and that one's got haste on it, and oh, look, that's got a socket on it. That's not too difficult to do if there's 10 listings. It's a little bit more problematic if there's 100 listings or 1,000 listings. Now, obviously, not everything has variations like that. Mounts, pets, probably not too difficult, but Blizzard has to do quite a lot more, I think, to make it user-friendly. be honest, I forgot about Dead Service. Kind of surprised there haven't been more mergers. Server merges are also something I don't really see Blizzard feeling much of a necessity to do. Let's not forget we have region-wide guilds now. Guilds are region-wide. You can group up with pretty much whoever you want, whenever you want. The restrictions on being able to group up with people is very slim. Like, they've slowly been short. This is the thing that makes me giggle. For years and years and years, they talked about, we want there to be server identity. We want you to feel like you're part of your server. We want your server to matter. And they were saying this for years. Yet simultaneously, everything they were doing was going directly against that philosophy, right? We want your server to matter. We want where your characters play to be important to you. We want you to find like-minded individuals on a server that suits you. And but at the end of the day, oh yeah, by the way, we're gonna let you group up with whoever the hell you want, wherever they are. We're gonna remove the restrictions on joining instances from server clusters. Like, it's kind of quite they're going against their own design a little bit, which is weird. Half the time their quote-unquote technical limitations are BS. It's much easier to call something a technical limitation than it is to say, well, it's actually going to take a team of 10 devs 500 man-hours each to achieve this. At California wages, that's quite expensive. And they don't believe the return on investment of that is strong enough for them to bother doing it. That's really not an answer that's, slips off the tongue nicely during an interview. So they just turn around and say, well, this isn't technically possible right now. They should probably replace the word technical with financially viable. Anybody know if there's any good pets to spend 3k pet charms on? Pets that cost around sort of 50-ish charms seem to be the best sort of like charm per gold per charm sort of rate. The really big expensive pets tend to have a really poor return when you math them out. So your bauble worms, your scouts, your sort of like 5,000 pet charm kind of pets, for example. The real big stuff is usually really poor conversion to gold. And I also think you put all your eggs in one basket and then you don't get anything if it doesn't sell. You're better off picking up like 20 or so cheaper pets, because then at least if you sell some of them you win.
Many feel their only choice is to spread its corruption.
But I can't really give you any exact examples outside of that off the top of my head. They said the same for player housing. Well, they did, yeah. They said that they had technical limitations with player housing. And that's not totally a lie. Because the Blizzard game engine doesn't really allow you to place things in a 3D environment very well. Which is a game engine limitation. Now, obviously, I live by the theory that anything's possible with enough time and money. That clearly has now happened, that enough time and money has been made available for them to give player housing a go. Oh, you have to click these things and not kill them. Whoops, that's the mistake I've been making the entire time. $153 slots on my war bank is just the war within crafting mats. I pretty much designate my entire war bank to crafting mats. I know a lot of people use it for cross-realm arbitrage sort of stuff, but I don't think it's big enough for that. If you're doing cross-realm stuff, you want to be using guild banks instead. You want to use the war bank for nothing more than literally transferring it. You definitely don't want to be looking at using it for storage. It's just not big enough. How much do you get if I get a whole year subscription with your code? I'm about to do it. I'm not sure if I'm allowed to disclose exactly what my cut is with Zygor, but let me put it this way. It's not that different from a Twitch Prime, so I'm sure you can figure that out. In other words, if you are going to look at signing up with Zygor, I very much thank you for using my affiliate code. It definitely helps. My Zygor affiliation made me more than my YouTube channel last month, which was quite amusing. But that's because I didn't post any videos on YouTube, so... If only the guild bank wasn't so laggy. Yeah, it's laggy for a good reason, though. It's laggy for a good reason. It would be nice if it was faster, but it does huge amounts of validation to make sure that items aren't duplicated. So it's annoying, but it's a necessary evil. Because if items could easily be duplicated via the guild bank, it would pretty much ruin the entire economy pretty fast.
The creatures in the dark use fear to hunt the Arathi. No longer. You have emboldened lamplighter and farmer alike.
Where's the quest to turn in? There you are.
Kindness.
Okay. Wow, I've still only completed 2 of these. How have I managed to still only complete 2 of these? I've been here an hour. I need to kill 1 more rare and I need to do 2 more spreading the light objectives completed. Apparently it says I've completed them all. Well, that's clearly a lie, isn't it? Because there's still 2 here. What have we got this one? Oh, is it these big ones I need to have completed for this, like, meta achievement? Oh.
Is that your wallet? Are you just glad to see me? Both, I hope.
Charging 70 subscribed for 13 months and says good morning.
Cha-ching with a 13, thank you.
70. Thank you for the continued support with your subscription. May your day be filled with victorious quests and high scores. Keep on gaming.
The lash room's driven back. Our farms can heal from their
welcome in, welcome in. I appreciate that, thank you very much.
Shadowed lands.
Now what are we missing? This one. Gyro optic springs collected. Clean brass bolts. Okay, let's go do whatever that is.
The harvester
is that part of this one?
The strength of 10 Arathi, yet the shadow corrupts even our machines. Search the surrounding area for salvageable parts.
Guildbank's terrible. No sort function on it drives me crazy. Yeah, I mean that's another one of the limitations, right? A lot of this functionality isn't in the guild bank, for the reason that the guild bank is technically considered a public space, and this is why it's slow. Because every time you put something in and take something out, I don't know what the validation checks are or exactly how it works, but you know, it makes sure that 1 item goes in and 1 item comes out, and that nobody's trying to do the set. Like, you know, they're making extra special care that there's not 2 people trying to take the same item out and duplicating it and this sort of stuff. And it's probably the same for sorting it, that it's not technically your storage space to be sorting, as weird as it sounds. It's classed as a public storage area. So having you sort it and then somebody else trying to view it or to take things out of it potentially at the same time is clearly problematic from a game code perspective. So yeah, unfortunately the guild bank is just slow AF. Little Tika is the highest gold value per charm at the moment, with nearly 70 gold per charm. Oh, there we go. Somebody's clearly got a spreadsheet or something on the go. That's clever. We need more brass bolts. We've only found one brass bolt. Oh, I keep letting my pet die. I'm a terrible human. Do you think everything's known about 11.1 at this point? Basically not much for professions. It's release candidate mode now. So it's unlikely to see any additional changes other than slight class balance changes and stuff, which obviously can come at any point. So the reality is yeah, there's just a big fat stinky, not a lot of anything going on. It's so ironic that the biggest goblin patch in WoW history actually has the least goblin related stuff in it. But what are you gonna do? There's the theory, and I don't know where this, you know, it is only a theory, but it's a theory that sort of makes sense, so I'll live with it. There's obviously the theory that the profession team are quite heavily involved in player housing, and so that they may be busy bees on player housing right now rather than updating professions. Which, you know, if that rumour, if that theory ends up being true, it could also mean that player housing integrates quite nicely into professions as well, which would be cool. Like I said, there's no truth to that, it's just speculation, but it's an interesting thing to think about. I'd love to see some new professions to come alongside player housing. And we were talking about this earlier, the other day, sorry. Thursday, that I do suspect in Midnight we'll see some pretty dramatic changes to crafting again. Not to the degree of like full revamps, but I definitely do think we'll see some tweaks and some changes. Slightly more sizable even maybe than just here have concentration, because crafting affects everybody, whether they actually enjoy engaging with crafting or not. Crafting affects everybody, because if they want crafted gear to matter, it's going to affect you whether you're doing PvP, whether you're doing Mythic Plus, whether you're doing or whatever your endgame activity of choice is. Crafting affects you, but it's clear that we're now two expansions into this way somewhere. Two expansions into having this new crafting system.
Me's Grind subscribed for 27 months and says,
Me's
Good
Grind,
day,
my
Goblins."
man. Welcome in, welcome in.
Good day, Me's Grind. Thank you for the 27 months of support. May your goblin adventures be filled with riches and mischief. Keep on gaming and watch out for those sneaky traps.
Thank you very much, my man. I appreciate that. Welcome in. And I would imagine for you, very early morning? Thank you, thank you. But yeah, with crafting affecting everybody, you have to engage with crafting in somewhat shape or form, regardless of what endgame activity you enjoy most. So it's kind of different to when they make changes to like PvP. If they add a new arena or they rebalance rewards in arena or something, it affects just PvP players. If they rebalance or they redo how Mythic Dungeons work, it predominantly only affects people who do Mythic Dungeons. When they revamped the professions, it inadvertently affected everybody, even if they don't particularly enjoy playing with the professions themselves. They're still going to have to engage with the system in order to get the gear that they need to go and do their game mode of choice. This has probably been noticed by Blizzard quite strongly with just how much negativity gets thrown crafting's way. And I, unfortunately, even though I quite like the new crafting system, if I'm honest, I unfortunately believe that we are set to see the large wave of negativity towards crafting have an effect. And that effect will be that they probably are not going to revert everything, but I really do strongly think that we'll see some pretty big changes in Midnight. Toning back a lot of the restrictions that crafting has implemented, which I hope are going to be changes that I've kind of been screaming for in the first place.
How many goblins do I need to cook to make a good soup? I have already slaughtered 50 murlocs. Keep it fishy. Oh dear, Tulok.
Shadowed
I must
Gloom
advise
Render.
against goblin soup. Let's keep it fishy with those murlocs instead. Your adventurous spirit is admirable, but perhaps stick to a more conventional recipe for a satisfying meal.
Only 50 murlocs, that's probably where your problem lies. Need more murlocs. But I tend to think that there's a strong chance that the requirement for work orders, they might now just ultimately see, much like I'd been saying for flipping since the day they were implemented, that work orders are just not user friendly. One key aspect of this is the fact that, you know, having to scream in trade chat to get a piece of gear made is not what players want to be doing. I know how ridiculous that sounds, that if you want the gear you should have to do something for it, but a lot of players consider the fact that they've already got their crest. That's them considering they've already done it, right? That's what they feel is the legwork already. And we're starting to see a huge amount of pushback from regular players with this new crafting system. In terms of players like, oh, why can't I just buy this shit off the auction house? And it's like, yeah. Some of us have been saying that all along. But it's incredible just how many people will stand on their soapbox and defend Blizzard's new systems till they're, you know, literally, the phrase is blue in the face. Oh, I'm not pissing around finding 10 of these things. This quest can do one. We're not. I think we can give that one a miss. I do need to kill one more rare though. Oh, hello, hello, hello. Less dots. More dots. The more I think about it, the more I kind of believe that they almost had the system right in Shadowlands. Now, I'm not talking Legendaries. Legendaries was an absolute fucking shit show. Made a lot of people really rich, but for everybody else, it was grim. But the Crafter's Mark system, I think, worked very well. I think Crafter's Mark worked very well. And I think that's more the route that they should go with crafting and gear. They should allow crafters to make core items which can be readily sold on the auction house and allow players to acquire empowering, upgrading tokens, call them what you wish, from the activities that they engage in, of which then they can apply those base items that they get, you know, the core item off the auction house for. You can then still have a work order like system if you wish for customizing and adjusting the stats on it. All the more, in my opinion, leaning more into recrafting rather than getting rid of it, I would say. Leaning more into making the crafters recraft the gear if somebody wants to change it from crit to haste, or they want to add movement speed to it, or they want to take off something, you know. That's where I think crafters should have the expertise to do that. But getting players the basic piece of gear in the first place needs to be much easier, and you need to let players have substantially more control over it. And this is where Crafter's Marks in Shadowlands were nearly there. The only difference in Shadowlands was that the crafter was then responsible for all of it, which led to the scenario where there was just like 25 different items of everything listed on the auction house, and it was just bloated and, you know, not worth the effort really. Whereas if they just let crafters, and you could still have things like quality. You could still differentiate between quality 1s and quality 4s, and if you let goblins put them on the auction house, there'll be some cost implications there too. You know, quality 1 stuff will be cheap because it will be easy to make, and quality 5 stuff will have more value attached to it because it's harder to make and whatever. People can still pick their core item, their base item, whatever you want, but then allow players to empower them themselves without the needs of crafters. But give crafters, you know, give crafters the angle of being there to aid in making changes after a player's made it the first time, you know. I think that would be it arguably takes away from what crafters have the opportunity to do now. But I think that kind of is the better way to do it. I need to fix my bags again because they're gross, aren't they? It's useless anyway. 90% of crafted items max rank anyway. I've done a fair amount of recrafts actually. I probably do 20% recrafts to 80% new. I see a lot of people that just want to change the missive on it. People are that obsessed with their gear that people just want to change the missive on it. Or people got, you know, people made it heroic and now they want to make it mythic. In the very small amount of work orders that I actually do, I've seen a reasonable amount of people looking for recrafts specifically. And I think that aspect of it, I don't really mind that aspect of it. Because equally, most players really hate having to completely remake a new piece of gear. But if I can give it back to a crafter for 5 minutes with a couple of extra bonus materials and get that crit turned into haste or whatever, then players are seemingly willing to do it.
Many deals for a friend of the Grummels. Like you.
Recraft is used between seasons. Oh yeah, I suspect next season you'll see that percentage of people looking for a recraft increase. Because people will be able to use their existing crafting items and just put a new spark in it and get it recrafted. Instead of having a whole new item made. I remember in Dragonflight this caused a problem because people would use cheap ass materials and then when they came to recraft it be like, oh shit, you know, there's definitely some things to smooth out there, but I actually think the recrafting side of it is better than the original work order system in the first place. I would rather crafters have a lot less to do with the initial crafting of the items and more focus on recrafting. We've done that one. We've done that one. We need to get back to... Okay, we've done those. Let's go turn those in quickly. And then we'll figure out what we're doing. I'm getting hungry, to be honest. Would have been the perfect time to add a new Bruto type gold sink too, aside from the black Bruto that we just got. I don't object to gold sinks. I don't object to gold sinks. Oh, who do I want the rep with? Assembly of the Deeps is probably, we're around 18, 21, 19. Assembly of the Deeps is probably the bottom one, excluding the Weavers. These are notoriety increases rather than rep increases. We'll go Assembly of the Deeps.
Return if you wish to speak again.
Despite everything, all the peoples of Kazal.
I don't really need these pinnacle cash. I don't really know why I bothered doing it, but resonance crystals are kind of useful. As I mentioned, I don't really do much that gives me cash, so I suppose it's a bonus. If I have random ass crests. I should probably use them, right?
How fare you?
Hang on, let's see if I need anything yet. My tooltips are going off the screen, and I don't know why they've started going off the screen, but it's really annoying. I need more Gilded Harbinger crests to upgrade this. Has anybody else had this, that their tooltips are now not being stuck to the screen?
Stay vigilant.
It's clearly an option in some add-on somewhere that's causing it to do it. It's annoying. Max out the weavers, you get the gathering and the crafting speed. It's true. Although with a vial of quick hands, I'm only 2% short in crafting speed. I think I hit 73% instead of 75. Uh, 619, 619, 619, 619. Is all my gear 619? You're not. What do you need? You need more Runed Harbinger crests.
Go carefully.
We have slept long enough.
Why would you want to downgrade your crests? That doesn't make sense.
In unity, find strength.
Do we do anything with those? No, they're still not the right ones. Runed Harbinger crests. Why is it saying... Oh, is it because these are maxed out as they are already? I see.
May you find what you seek.
So it's these I need. Runed Harbinger crests. There we go. Oh, you are shitting me. I'm literally one crest short. You absolute scumbag. Oh well.
It is a world of wonders.
What do you seek?
There we go. Oh, I need 45 of them and I've got 38. That's annoying.
Good health to you.
All right. Acquisition rate on crests has meant that I haven't crafted any gear at all. Stanley's here but not here again. 4 hours into the stream, nearly every single time. Or should I say 4 hours from when I opened the program. I know the stream hasn't been up for 4 hours, but it's probably been 4 hours since I opened the software. I don't know why it does that. Really don't know why it does that. turns up and then he runs away for some reason. He'll come back in a minute. He often does. I'm not sure why. Right, okay. We've run around. We've done a few bits and bobs today. I think I'm kind of relatively content with that for now. I know I entirely... I think my stream title is even finishing the TSM profile. I've given it a little bit of a test, and it's seemingly working as expected in most scenarios. The operations are going to cause some people errors, but those errors are almost deliberate. When something is wildly reset, it might cause an error, but errors are sometimes good to showcase to you that, hang on, you should be paying more attention to this than just randomly posting with an add-on. So I don't think I feel like there's the need to change it up too much. But things are neat. They're grouped up, they're neat, they're tidy, they're organised. From what I can tell, I haven't missed anything in the groups. Every profession is assigned. Every item is, everything's neat and tidy. Everything's in them. I even did cooking, by the way. I just want to clarify. Even though I haven't even leveled cooking, I've even went as far as prepping cooking in these groups. Now, all of these groups, by the way, are available for anybody in the Discord. There's a dedicated group in the Discord, a channel in the Discord, I should say, in the Warcraft goal making section called TSM Groups. They're all linked in there. I host them now on Trade School Master's website because it's easier to do. But the easiest way to find them is they're in the Discord. There's all the recipes as well. This is probably more useful for people who are flipping recipes across realms and stuff like that. But it's way overdue. People have been pestering me for these groups since the launch of the expansion. Now, whilst I just hacked together my TSM profile up until this point, it was time to make it a little bit more detailed, a little bit more organised. But if it's a war within crafting material, or if it's useful to you for goblineering, it's here somewhere. So grab those groups if you're interested. People are just lazy. It takes 2 hours to set it up or less. Well, this took me substantially more than 2 hours, I can say that for sure. It took me probably 4 to 8 hours over the last few days to get it all neat and tidy and organised. The free groups, I should clarify at this point, the free groups do not include operations, so you'll need to attach some operations to them. However you want to go about selling things is up to you. But the organisation of everything being there, you can pick that up in the Discord. Silver Goblins over on Patreon get a set of operations to go with them as well. But, boys and girls, I'm going to leave it there. I'm going to go get me some food. You can probably still tell the sun is still out, which is something that we don't see all that much in this country at this time of the year. So I might go... I'm not going to say anything yet because they're both fast asleep, but I might take my four-legged friends for a small adventure. So thank you all for joining. We'll be back tomorrow. We're a little about a week away from 11.1 at this point. I might assign a day to go back and have a little bit of a look at the PTR. I think it makes sense to go and have one last look at the PTR. We took a very early look at the PTR, but we hadn't spent a huge amount of time there since. Data mining does a really good job of keeping us up to date with what's coming and what's not. And there was not much in the data mining information to get me interested, but we can always find some things that sort of skirt under the data mining. So we'll have one last look at the PTR at some point this week. But yeah, other than that, we're going to keep it chill for a few days. Keep it chill for a few days. You know, it all gets busy next week. So yeah, enjoy the rest of your day. Thanks for joining. Come say hi in the Discord if you're not there already. I'll link the socials, so you've got the YouTube, the Discord, the Patreon, it's all there. Thank you once again. Enjoy your day. Is there anybody online we can raid? Is there anybody online? Who's online? Who's online? Who's online? Oh, Chalida's online. She's streaming. Chalida is a long time supporter of the channel. So we will send you over that way. What's she up to? She playing some World of Warcraft. I think she might be doing a bit of Season of Discovery. Go say hi to Chalida. Enjoy the rest of your day, boys and girls. Thanks for joining. See you next time. Peace.